to research website. So, okay, I'm going to do this and we'll jump right into it. I'm going to start out with the introduction of entities serving individuals involved in at-risk or entering the child welfare system. First we have Mr. Nina Shaw Woody. She on Zoom? Good morning.
Good morning.
You can't hear her. Yeah.
Good morning. Am I on?
You are. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Special Committee on Foster Care Oversight. My name is Minister Nina Shaw Woody. I have the pleasure of being not only an ordained minister, but a licensed master social worker for Kansas Family Advisory Network. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to share on behalf of Kansas birth families and kinship caregivers who are involved in the child welfare system. I have submitted my testimony before you, and I just wanted to be completely honest, I really need to I can talk as a minister, that comes naturally for me, but I really want to be mindful of the time. And so I have submitted my testimony before you to be able to read and learn about Kansas Family Advisory Network. But what I really want to share on my heart as I meditated on this more and more is you have a daunting task set before you as you deliberate on how you're going to help improve our foster care system in Kansas. I have had a pleasure being involved in this system for a very long time, and I love the opportunity to be able to minister to and assist our birth and kinship families across Kansas. We are the only organization of its kind in Kansas who are geared to work with the adults, the parents, the caregivers of these children in the system. One of the things that I really want to present and ask you to consider 3 things today. And I just want to leave you with these 3 things to consider. One is to how we can best serve our birth families who find themselves involved in the child welfare system. I have never had a family that decided to wake up one morning and said, today I'm going to put my kids in foster care. Foster care is very daunting. It is very traumatic, not only to the children, but to the caregivers. We have taken a family who, regardless of the situation and circumstances that bring them in, that's all they knew. And we have separated this family and pulled this family apart to be able to improve their family situation and make lives better for the children. And a lot of families that we have the pleasure of working with will come to the conclusion, well, I'm glad this happened, but nevertheless, this is very traumatic for them. And we need to really incorporate and put as many services in place for these families. These families are hurting. They are angry. They get penalized for their anger. If they show anger, then there's something must be wrong with them, and that's why their kids have been pulled. If they try to be nice, then it's like, oh, well, you know, you're not as emotional as you should because we took your kids, so something must be wrong with you. Our families need help. They need support. They need guidance. They need understanding. We spend so much money every year training foster parents on how to care for these children that come into the system. But according to DCF website, 57.7% of these children are geared for reunification. So that tells me for 57.7% of these families, we need to educate them on trauma. We need to educate them on to correct the issues that brought them in the house. We just don't want them jumping through hoops to finish case plan tasks and meet court requirements. We want to be able to bring about lasting change for these families that will last for generations to come. Having been in this system a long time and worked with this system, I have seen multiple times when the next generation of children come into the system. So although we have reunified them with their family, we didn't break the cycle. We didn't educate them. We didn't do everything that we could have done to make this family life better. So I would honestly, prayerfully consider that you consider how we can improve this, because we should have more than 57.7% of children going home. We should have more than that, because once we separate these children from their families, we have separated them from relatives, from support systems, from people that matter to them. And take it from someone who has adopted 6 children from the foster care system. All of my children were able to have relationships with their birth families because that was important to them. Because just because we adopt these kids out doesn't mean they still do not want contact with their birth families. So we need to do everything that we can in our power to be able to help these children go back home by helping their caregivers, by helping their families. The second thing I would love for you to consider is how we can help these kinship caregivers. In Kansas, there's only 34% of children placed in foster care are placed with kinship caregivers. Our state of Kansas goal is 50%. We have not arrived there. And there are families that are getting denied for reasons that can be easily corrected. And the sad part of it is that many times once a kinship family is denied, what happens is they never go back and revisit to see if these families have made any corrections to be able to get their relative caregivers. I have a family that we are working with now, and the children have been in the system for 8 months, and the kinship caregiver and the birth parents are still fighting to get this kinship caregiver approved. 8 months into it, approved to be able to go with their relatives, because if these children can go with relative caregivers that are approved, that gives birth families an opportunity to feel at peace, and then they're able to focus on what they need to focus on to be able to make that change in their lives. And by placing children with their relatives, it keeps them connected to family. It keeps them connected in their community, and it gives them, it's less traumatic than you placing them in a foster home. And so please consider how we can really wrap our arms around and improve things for our birth families and kinship caregivers. And the third thing, and I would be amiss if I did not bring this up since I have this awesome opportunity to speak before you, is that you be able to continue to help improve the disproportionality of our children, African American and minority children in Kansas who are in foster care. We have too many of our children that are pulled from their homes and are placed in foster care, and it is harder for our children, and our children linger longer in the foster care system than the average child. And we need to improve that. It has been stated at the last time when we had all those special committee meetings and subcommittees to improve child welfare and to really look at it, it has been acknowledged that African American kids have it terrible when they come into foster care. And that should not be. It should not be that we have so many of our children in foster care and being pulled from their homes when we can place services in the home to be able to help. The more we can wrap around services to these families, whether they're African American, Native American, Hispanic, or whatever, the more that we can wrap around services and keep these kids in families, we can help repair and restore families in Kansas. We can help and restore our communities in Kansas. These families need the opportunity to be able to care for their loved ones. ripping them from children from families and separating from, that is so traumatic. That is so heartbreaking. And right now in therapy, I have a client and a mother and daughter that I saw last night. And every time we bring up during the session about the child being in foster care and what that brought, mom starts crying because it breaks her heart that her child had to go through that. Now they successfully reunified, but the trauma is still there and will still be there long after their case is officially closed. So we need to do all that we can to help our Kansas families, to support these families, to be, while they are dealing with the system. This, I praise God that this system is really now, and the federal government is changing to be able to make this a family-friendly system. I praise God for that. But we here in Kansas, we need to do all that we can, if at all possible, to keep these kids at home if there is not an immediate safety issue. So these are my 3 requests, the 3 areas that I request that you prayerfully consider looking into and really diving into this year, because this improves our local communities. This improves our state. We are in the heart of the United States. We're Kansas. And what happens here can spread out across the United States. So we have an opportunity to improve this system and take it nationwide. And so I thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to stop now because I feel myself getting hyped. And I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share before you. Is there any questions for me?
I think we ran over time on that, and I think we're going to hold up our questions till the end. So if we have time at the end. So thank you for your presentation and for your passion for what you do. We'll move next to, I've got to put my glasses back on, Gail Kozak with Kansas Children's Service League. Welcome, Gail.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me on Zoom and there's not feedback. So thank you for this opportunity to come speak with you today. I'm Gail Kozad. I am the CEO for Kansas Children's Service League. KCSL has been around for over 128 years. We have been the Prevent Child Abuse America chapter for Kansas since 1993. Our mission is to protect and promote the well-being of children in the state of Kansas. We do that through a wide variety of services and families for families and supports. And we achieve this by preventing child abuse, strengthening families, and empowering parents and youth. In your packet, you have KCSL's written testimony as well as information regarding programs currently funded by DCF, which include Adopt Kansas Kids, the Kansas Post Adoption Resource Center, and Kansas Healthy Families. The Adopt Kansas Kids program raises awareness about the need for adopted families who are able to provide a safe, stable family for children in foster care who do not have an identified resource. So we raise awareness about the need for that. Currently, there are 522 children that are available for adoption who do not have an adoptive parent identified. The average age of those children are 12 years old. They usually have a sibling with them, and they also have often special needs related to the trauma that they endured with their biological family. The Post-Adoption Resource Center, or the Kansas Post-Adoption Resource Center, or KPARC as we call it, supports adoptive parents after they have adopted in the hopes of helping ensure that those children do not return into the foster care system. What we know and what the research says is that children who have experienced trauma have a need to be parented differently. And parents who have raised their children successfully and been wonderful parents often struggle because these children have different needs. They don't always know how to self-regulate. They have some social emotional things. And so we are training them on how to parent differently those children, so that those children are able to remain safely in their care. I've been in the field for child welfare for over 20 years. I began my career as a social worker as privatization was just beginning. I have watched it change and adapt to the reins and demands, requirements, regulations, and ongoing expectations. I believe that case management providers for family preservation and foster care who do this work on behalf of the state provide great care for children and have many successes to celebrate. However, as you heard from Nina just a few minutes ago, we can do better. And over the past 6 years, I've become more and more convinced that the state was not designed to be the parents to thousands of children. Children who are in foster care continue to experience trauma in their lives. If they age out of foster care, their outcomes do not look good. They are at higher risk of becoming homeless, undereducated, underemployed than children who do not age out of foster care. We know that working with children before adverse childhood experiences happen is the best way to ensure that these children stay out of foster care, that we have the lowest health risk and safety risk for a variety of reasons, and there's research that's proved that. The Center for Disease Control has actually put a price tag on what we will spend for a child who experiences maltreatment, and that is $212,000 over the lifetime of that child. So the truth is that when I think about the child welfare system, we have to look at prevention. We have to look at how we help children stay in their homes, in their communities, safely, and what are the supports that can do that. And it is much broader than the Department for Children and Human Services. And we have to, as we look at this, we have to look at funding prevention, we have to look at oversight of prevention, and understand that that ultimately will impact our welfare system. And I have 30 seconds left, and I'm going to scan for questions. Over.
Thank you. We're jumping on just a minute.
Okay.
I forgot that Nina Shaw was going to have to leave. And so I wanted to check if she's still here, we can do some questions for her, and we'll take yours too. Is Nina still here?
I'm here.
Hey, well, we do have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Senator Herbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You provide us a lot of really good information with a lot of numbers. Could you provide us a copy of that? The testimony was kind of broad-based and gave a picture of K-Fan, but it didn't really provide the detail and the depth that you provided. If you could provide us a copy of that, that would be great.
That will not be a problem at all.
Thank you.
Senator Boston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister Nina Shaw, thank you for your presentation. You know, we have been on this journey together for a long, long time, and I've actually visited your program to help the biological parents. So I appreciate what you do as a foster parent and as a individual that I'm glad I was able to get you on the subcommittee of the last committee that was established to address this issue. It's been going on a long time, so we're not going to fix it in these 2 days, but the information you made a statement that it's hard for biological parents to fight to keep the children or kinship. What would you say is the main hardship or the reason that kinship relatives aren't selected to have the children in their homes?
Thank you, Senator. Some of the issues that our families are facing, one of the families that we have worked with has received a letter. The family had a DUI in the past, and so they were ruled out because one of the adults in the home had a DUI. In speaking with different representatives at DCF, I was told that that is not a reason to rule out a family. What you want to be able to do is make and discuss with them, what are your arrangements when it comes to transportation? Who's going to be driving that child because you cannot drive? And so those things were not discussed with the family. They just received a letter in the mail stating they were ruled out. Another thing is it may be something in the home, and because they do walkthroughs of the kinship homes, there are things that can be immediately fixed and addressed that could be corrected for these children to be able to go home. And I think, if I have to be completely honest, it would be the biases of the staff in ruling out families, because we have started a Kansas Kinship Advisory Council of kinship caregivers who all have come together to share what are their frustrations and why they were not. And it's really interesting when you can have families across the state who all are saying the same thing, that they were ruled out. One of the families was even a licensed foster home, but they were ruled out for being a kinship provider. So there are several reasons, and I think, but I believe the biggest would be the judgment calls that staff are making regarding these families.
Representative Finn. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Gail Finn, representing the 84th District, and thank you, Ms. Shaw, for participating today. But during the presentation earlier, you said that there were 3 main things that you would like for us to consider. And so I went back and your testimony, and I couldn't find it. Could you tell us what they were? The three top things that you thought that this committee should be considering? I'm
sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear the whole question.
Yeah. During the presentation, you had mentioned 3 different things, 3 of the top priorities. But when I went to your testimony, I couldn't find it. I was wondering if maybe you could tell us what some of your top 3 priorities. Could you hear me now?
Yes, my top 3 priorities that I requested. And when I had written out my testimony, I had sent to Ms. Orr early, because my schedule is so compact and I wanted to make sure I got it. But in my time of prayer, what truly came to my heart to make sure that I needed to address were these 3 things. And that was bringing extra support to birth families who are involved in the system, helping kinship caregivers be approved to take the relative child once they come into the system, because it's less traumatic when they are placed with them. And the third is to assist in correcting and bringing change to the disproportionality of African American and minority children in our Kansas foster care system, because our children linger in the system longer than the average child. And I can get this information to you as well.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. I have the same one. Representative Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Shaw, for virtually being here. It's good to see you again. And listening to your testimony, you said that you were trying to help kinship placements, and a lot like, other legislators up here, I get a lot of calls from people as well that are experiencing problems. And I'm curious, does KFAN get involved with illegal, court matters, or is it mainly just within the department? Do you guys team up with Kansas Legal Services at all to try to get any biological parents or kin legal representation?
If I understood your question correctly, we do not partner with Kansas Legal Services. We have had discussions with them, especially the office here in Wichita, because Kansas Legal Services has the Family First grant. And the focus is to be able to help kinship caregivers be able to get legal representation to help them with guardianship of the children. The problem that arises is that kinship families have to be referred through DCF to be able to get those services from Kansas Legal Service. Families don't want to have to go to DCF. They're afraid if they go to DCF that their children will be pulled. And so families call us as a safety net because we have nothing to gain or lose by helping them. But they are very much afraid of calling DCF seeking help because of the fear of their children may be removed.
Thank you for that response.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions we have for you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Okay, we'll go back to Kansas Children's Service League. Do we have any questions for Gail Kozak? I guess you covered everything. Thank you. So, yeah, we've got some nice extensive testimony in our packets. Next we have Children's Alliance of Kansas, Jeanette Owens. And Beth Roberts, are both of you here? Okay.
Madam Chair, and Vice Chair, Representative, thank you for your time today. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm standing in front of you. I'm standing in front of you today in a different role than I spoke to you from yesterday. This morning, I'm representing my role as board president of the Children's Alliance. The Children's Alliance is excited to announce that we recently hired a new CEO to begin mid-September. So this morning, I'd like to introduce you to our Director of Training, Beth Roberts. Beth has over 20 years of experience in the child welfare arena and will represent multiple agencies fields. So I will turn it over to Beth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this privilege. Chairman Campbell, Vice Chair Baumgartner, and members of the committee. My name is Beth Roberts. I'm the Training Director of Children's Alliance. The Alliance is an association of 17 nonprofit child welfare agencies. We represent every major CPA in Kansas, 7 of the 9 psychiatric and residential treatment facilities, 8 of the family first prevention grantees, and most important to my job, 97% of the foster in Kansas are sponsored by our. I love working with children. I love our mission. I love what we get to do here. We network and convene our member agencies to solve problems, to address and share solutions. We advocate for the changes that need to be made in order to better represent families. And we educate foster parents, kinship families, and adoptive parents. In Children's Alliance, we work with the best and the brightest in our field. And their knowledge informs our advocacy, and they inform how we develop the training and education that we disseminate to foster, adoptive, and kinship families. Families who wish to care for a child who's experienced abuse and neglect need the best training that we can provide. I'm really proud of how Kansas handles our training system. We're well regarded by a lot of states across the country. Our curriculum is used in 17 states and a lot more agencies than more. Consult with other places on how to prepare foster and adoptive families for service, and they utilize our 38 hours of curriculum and program improvements. We ensure license, so we have that pre-service piece that we prepare folks to take in kids who care, kids who experience trauma, and then we have the ongoing training. So we partner with our member agencies to deliver ongoing training and development to foster and adoptive families. And one of my favorite things about how we run our training system in Kansas is that we pair the most experienced caregivers, foster and adoptive caregivers, kinship caregivers. We pair them with a professional in the child welfare system to deliver that training to new foster and adoptive parents. That use of parent leadership is one of the hallmarks of how we handle training. I'm excited about our selection as one of the 7 states to deliver a pilot program that the Children's Bureau, the federal agency, has invested $9 million in developing not just the curriculum, but the infrastructure that supports that curriculum. And we expect to begin training in October, and it'll be a 3-year project. I think is going to result in more knowledgeable foster and adoptive families and more skilled families that have never trauma that kids come. At the Children's Alliance, we also administer the training and planning management system. Kind of boring stuff for a lot of folks. It's not so much. And there's a lot of opportunities and technology to be able to deliver training at the right time, and the right place. To families who are struggling, creating and learning the child is 1-year-old, people, get on and access types of information. I'm looking forward to seeing some of those things happen in the next few years. I'd like to just reiterate, if I could do nothing more than put an exclamation mark on Mr. Shawnee's testimony. She's absolutely right. We don't do enough, or we don't do well enough with patient and birth families. So we're spending a lot of our time, a lot of our interest in looking at how we can better train patient families. We're going to invest 30 hours of preparation work with adoptive and foster families. We can invest that time in preparing patient families for unifying children before maintaining their role in the life of the child during the time of the rest of the child's experience.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Do you have questions? And Representative Williams.
This is my first time doing this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your presentation. So just so I have this right, all of the member agencies, you do a lot of the training for them.
We train the foster adoptive families and patient families.
You develop trainers.
Yes, in partnership with our member agencies. A lot of our agencies.
What kind of training is done, or we don't need real specific details, but good to know that there is training that is given to parents regarding their competency in adoptive families, and also for training regarding children who are LGBTQ population, especially transgender.
It's an important thing that our population, we have four sessions of training in our new curriculum, and then in the curriculum that we're testing, identifies the work specifically on those issues. We have a cultural humility piece as part of that training, and that tackles some of the practical things like caregiving and those kinds of things, but also some of the hard things. So I'm pretty proud of that new development. I think that's an improvement of the current curriculum that we're using, which also has some good stuff in it as well. And then we have several right time trainings that will address the
Representative Williams. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting nervous. We're just trying to figure out, I think I'm trying to learn from you, so we're the expert. Thank you. So I don't understand, playing off of the same questions that the previous representative asked. I don't understand exactly how, okay, I understand that you have 17 child welfare agencies under your sort of umbrella. But how does I know, like, if a family wants to take a math class, for instance, from St. Francis, where do you fit into that? And okay.
So St. Francis is a member agency. They're the ones that train some of their staff and the parents that they are in order to be able to deliver that. We register their training on our site. I think the registration is going to deliver the training. It's changing a little bit, but right now we deliver the training, and then we support the leaders on development.
And so if there was a foster family and they were going to adopt a child, or not just they have their foster family, I know mostly they're interacting with their own agency. How do you react? How do you interact with the actual foster families? It's through, so you're more like, you're the trainer of the trainers.
And our trainers and facilitating that training management and all the evaluations. We are working hard with our agencies to do more shared experiences. So, for example, with the pilot, we bring those trainings directly to the sending
Okay, very quick last kind of unrelated question. Do you have a max class in Spanish?
We have just unfinished, we just finished the Spanish translation together. So individually, we can deliver, and the family in Spanish. It's a little more complicated to do.
That seems like that would be something that would be really great if we could get that in. Yeah.
Thank you, thanks.
We're not going to do that. Trying to leave. So, the members of your alliance, does each member organization have a representative of them on your board? And how do they become a member?
No, I have to ask. I've never dealt with that part of
That part of the structure? Okay, Senator Gordon.
Mayor, do the agency prescribe training or parent drawings very voluntarily come to you or does the foster center come to you for the training? How does that, what are the logistics?
So there's several different ways that I can join a math class, for example, or the training to become a foster adopter. And most often we contact one of our office agencies, and that family puts them in class. They can correct contact one's own directly, and they can do that. It's free licensing, so it's an opportunity for them to find out that can foster adopter.
Is training mandatory for a foster?
If you wish to become, yes, it's to become licensed.
Representative. Madam Chair, what I want to mention is that they have what they call a website called Child Online, childonline.org. And every year the foster parent has to get 8 credit hours and they are on Child Online. And any type of training that you need, whether it's trauma or so whatever you need to update your training, you can go online and get your whole 8 hours for the year. Childonline.org. Thank you. Senator Von.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you. I have 3 quick questions. One, you're talking about the pilot program. It's actually going to be rolled out over the course of 2 years. How is it different from the training?
We can hear competency to competency, and now the current training that we deliver does really well. Standing up against the new curriculum. I would say it is more updated than that, so it's more video based, and probably the part that I'm most excited about is there's a very deep structure behind it. Portals that learners and trainers can enter and access resources. Right now, 20 feet in counting lifetime trainings that will support ongoing learning and reference back, particularly defense and learning. We did what we want to do with now. No part of what to do. So, and we have the opportunity, because it's not federal funds, to take not only the content and learn the best of that, the best of it, but also to take the technology, structure behind it.
New potential families, or will it start with that, or will it start with those that are existing houses?
In 7 counties, we'll be working with new families that are, so if the 7 county district will receive the intimacy training and an opportunity to participate in the evaluation of that training. If you're in the 60 years since that counties, obviously you have an opportunity to participate in the evaluation.
Talk to us about the energy efficiency. Is that incorporated in both of these? It's the behavioral. training?
Not specifically, we need the same principles, but you see in the continuous teaching, but, I misunderstand your question, but if you're talking about the testimony from yesterday.
I guess, I'm sure that might be something that we talk about in the future. Good to see that started East Coast almost 20 years ago, and it's mandatory for anyone going into foster care to have that training. So it's interesting to me, since there is so much research-based evidence of the importance of it when we're talking about kids that have high ACEs scores, that have experienced so much trauma. It is interesting to me that we're not making sure that is a part of the curriculum, regardless of whether it's the new system or the old system. I would urge not only the agency, but I would urge your organization to come up with some policy on that. My next question just has to do about kinship families. Because we talk about roughly a third of the families are kinship, and the desire for there to be even more kinship. And yet what I have heard, at least in my district, the concern is when it goes to kinship, issues such as verbal abuse, physical abuse. So that's what the child is experiencing at home. They go into state custody, and then they're put into kinship with a sibling of the birth parent, or the parent of the birth parent, so it's actually a grandparent. And that is the same behavior, so it's just a different home, a foster home, it's a kinship home that has the very same behavior because it was learned in the same household originally. So what are we doing for that screening so that when we pursue kinship, it's not just different home, different family member, but same difficult problems. And the same thing is true with regard to socioeconomic issues as well. But what I'm hearing is the kids just being shifted, and the same abuse and the same neglect and the same problems are just happening in a different location.
Bring up important points that I think really would love to respond to, but in my role, children's alliance, I can offer a small response. I believe, along with most of the folks in this room, that a birth family and a kinship care provider deserve every bit of the training and consideration that we would provide to a foster or adoptive care provider. I believe that a lot of the training that we're offering so freely and easily to foster and adoptive families would be even more freely and easily accessed by our birth and kinship families. So there's a lot of in-house grandparents out there, myself included, who could do this better at the same time. Given the right education that I was privileged to get because I'm a social worker, given the right opportunities and the right support, I'm confident that the families that we're talking about, a good number of them, would do just as well, if not better, than the foster and adoptive families that are placed in, and they can do it without the trauma of removing them from their home and placing them in a culture and in a situation that's very challenging. That's my focus, that work on to the management as well as the benefits of the same training associated with it.
Sure, I just wanted to, as a follow-up, I guess I'm not understanding how that will happen. Here's how I don't understand it. So you have a child in a household, and it's been identified physical, we'll just use an example, physical and verbal abuse. So the child is removed, put into a kinship situation. Well, how would that training occur? It would need to occur prior to the taking of the child and putting in that kinship.
Of course, we would like to be able to get this kind of training before they accept a child, but even after they've accepted a child, so much really rapid improvement in education can happen. And sometimes happens better because the child's in the home. So if we give them an opportunity to practice attunement, for example, there's already that child in the home. We have friendship feelings who are working towards making sure that already in our classes. And it's an interesting place for them to be. It's a hard place for them to be, right? Because they're looking for foster adoptive family. So the opportunity to help them out is really
What is the obstacle? What is our obstacle right now?
and money, and it's just in the will to get it done. I think we can do it. There's a number of us that are excited about it. We've also been responding to COVID and continuing to be working.
That to me, time and will have nothing to do with money. Time and will have nothing to do with money. So I would like to have at some point managed that we do often hear we need more money. But I don't know what more money would do to change time or will. But I think that as legislators, we need to have something concrete as to what that money would be, or thank you, Madam Chair.
That's it, Kim, for thank you. You did a great job. You didn't need to be nervous. Okay. Next we have Kansas African American Foster Care and Adoption Coalition with Tara Wallace. Tara Wallace. Glasses don't do me any good. I still experience. Welcome to committee, Tara. I'm sorry, it's Tara. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Kincannon, Vice Chair Baumgardner, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share my insight and experience of foster care in Kansas. My name is Tara Wallace, and I'm the president of the Kansas African American Foster Care and Adoption Coalition. This coalition was formed in 2014 in response to the overrepresentation of African American children in the foster care system of Kansas. As you have heard today, that disproportionality continues to exist. To help you understand the issues experienced in my role as a trauma therapist and an advocate for the last 7 years, I present the Mills family. This family of 6 came to the attention of the Department for Children and Families because of an abuse allegation made by their oldest child. This allegation was immediately withdrawn by the child, with confirmation of that withdrawal by the child's school due to longstanding systemic factors which do not offer a collaborative effort. The wheels of the child welfare system were already set in motion and the family was powerless to stop them. Mr. and Ms. Mills were arrested and charged with abuse. The other children were sent to live with a relative who was also given custody of their oldest child. As a result of this charge, the Mills were fired from their jobs that they worked for over 10 years. The nature of the charge resulted in them being permanently barred from working in that field, and they were forced to accept employment as fast food workers. The removal of their children led to a change in their Section 8 housing status, as did their change in income, resulting in a significant increase in the amount of rent they were expected to pay out of pocket. These changes were compounded by a court order of drug and alcohol evaluations, a mental health evaluation, and parenting classes required as part of a plan for reintegration. Each of these were required at the Mills' expense due to the loss of health insurance, which would have at least covered 2 of those items. Unable to keep up with their basic housing expenses, the Mills eventually became homeless and resorted to couch surfing. This instability resulted in limited visits with their children because stable housing is also a requirement for reintegration. Finding affordable housing became complicated because of the fact that they both had arrest records. They were forced to find a private landlord who was understanding of their situation and willing to rent to them. The Mills made the difficult decision to forego visits with their children to work as many hours as they could to save money for rent and a deposit. In court, their absence was presented as continued neglect and lack of participation on part of the parents. My initial introduction to the Mills family was that of a resistant, angry, disrespectful, and in complete denial of their situation. When taken at face value, I can easily see how that would have been a very serious first impression. However, after spending multiple therapy sessions, listening to the family explain how frustrated, tired, scared, and mistrusting they were of everyone, including me, I began to understand why something as simple as attending an assessment could be a source of frustration, but for them it was life-altering. Mr. Mills lost his first fast food job after attending his drug and alcohol assessment because his supervisor chose not to give him time off, despite his request being approved well in advance of the appointment date and a valid explanation being given for why attending this meeting was important. Complaining about it served no purpose because in the eyes of the child welfare system, if I had not disciplined my child, I would not be in this position in the first place. And that was his statement to me. In his mind, he felt like losing his children meant losing his voice and the right to be seen as a man capable of providing for his family. The systemic dismantling of family systems by tearing down the mental and emotional functioning of individual members has historic implications rooted deeply in our country's history, and more importantly, in African American families connected to the child welfare system since the early 1960s. In today's social climate of knowing better and doing better, the child welfare system in Kansas cannot continue to be part of the problem. We must do better if we want to create a better Kansas for our children, and doing better begins with oversight and reform intended to do away with the one-size-fits-all system. And this means creation of a multidisciplinary team of child welfare, law enforcement, the courts, social workers, educators, and medical professionals to work with families and address their needs in a way that empowers them instead of punishing them for struggling with the challenges of life. I'm glad to report that the Mills family was reunited after 3 years of separation, and the only positive outcome to their experience is the awareness that they are a resilient family. Sadly, they are completely mistrusting of all representatives of the child welfare system and the courts because everything that made them human was used as a reason to keep them separated from their children. As a mediator and an advocate for change, my hope is to tell other children and families that things are getting better for them because the state is learning how to listen and understand their situations before making decisions that impact their lives. And you, special committee, have the ability to give hope to that voice, and I pray that you do. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any more questions? Representative Senator Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tara, thank you so much. Madam Chair, I've been in the legislature since 2003. This is the second year that we've ever had African American representation make presentations to the many special foster care committees that I've served on. You mentioned, and if you would just reiterate, what was the first complaint? Was the daughter told the school that she had been, could you restate that again? Because I didn't.
She made a complaint to the school that she was disciplined by her father, and the school made the report. And after some investigating or discussion with the school, it was later discovered that the child had lied because there were some issues with inappropriate behavior on the child's part at school. And that was her way of getting out of getting in trouble after that incident was going to be reported to the family.
Thank you. Tara, so I am a family, siblings of 7 of us. We had the same mother and upbringing, but all of us went in different ways. And so I struggled in 2007 to have the law passed, the Grandparents as Caregivers Act, because it was said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Although, as I said, my mother raised 7 of us and we all went in different directions. And so you can be trained one way and go a separate way. I am firmly, I remember I've been in the welfare system of knowledge since age 10, and it was right around 61, thank God. My mother was a social worker when it was called SRS, Social Rehabilitation Services. My sister currently works with DCF in the missing and exploited unit, so well aware of all what goes on within the system, Madam Chair. I think today is a wonderful, historic day that we are hearing from all entities at this, even on our committee, individuals with the issue, and thereby I think we can make we're all on the same team to help families. And I will just conclude with this, Madam Chair. So an educator right now in Wichita, her family is from one of the affluent families in the state of Kansas. Her sister became a diabetic. Her sister needed to go on dialysis almost 3 times a day, and she wanted her 2 wonderful sons to participate in school activities, and she couldn't do it herself physically, so she went to DCF for help, after school programs and so forth. They took her 2 sons from her, and she was an educator also, a highly respectable background and family. And so at that time, a lot of us went to some of the meetings, and thank God the woman who's the school teacher right now, a 4th grade educator in Wichita, was able to take the children. So it does create fear when you go, and Madam Chair, to everybody in this room that is presented, the family preservation programs within the DCF, they did better, I think, than I've heard from those individuals when they were out in the public, a standalone entity where especially African American people could go to. The success was measured, did great. Now that it's on the inside of DCF, they are fearful to go because of the similar story you shared with Dr. Millers. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I'm hopeful, Madam Chair, of what's going on in here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara, is there a question there, Senator? Tara, would you like to respond to the comments?
Tara, can you still hear us? Is your screen froze?
Okay, we need to move on then. Thank you, Tara, for your presentation. We'll go to Kansas Action for Children. I think we have John Wilson, the president, on Zoom.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Baumgartner and members of the committee, and also to the staff in the room for all the work that you're doing and the work that you're doing to stay healthy. My name is John Wilson. I'm the president of Kansas Action for Children, and we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan children's advocacy organization that builds support for policies that improve health, education, and financial outcomes for young children and the adults who care for them, particularly those living in poverty. We do not receive funds from the federal, state, or local government, so that we can be an independent voice for Kansas kids in Topeka and in Washington. We also don't provide direct service, and we are certainly not experts in the child welfare system. Instead, our team researches issues and analyzes data to educate lawmakers and state agency leaders about the ideas that can improve the well-being of Kansas children and advance racial equity in our state. We also mobilize Kansans across the state to support these ideas. One of these ideas is to increase access to and investments in work and family support programs that create stability for families. When families can participate in nutritionists, childcare assistance, cash assistance, and other programs during times of dire need, children stand a better chance of staying in their home. And this prevention approach is rooted in the science of early childhood development, which tells us what is needed to create a strong foundation for future health, behavior, and learning. We know that the experiences children have early in their lives and in the places in which they have them shape their brain architecture. Children will have a strong foundation when they have good health, adequate nutrition, responsive caregiving, safety and security, and opportunities for early learning. When these are consistently missing in a child's life, such as when they live in households experiencing extreme poverty or situational poverty, it can create long-term negative consequences for physical and emotional health, educational achievement, economic success, social relationships, and overall well-being. And frequent or extreme experiences that create excessive stress can be toxic to the architecture of a child's developing brain, and it can impede their ability to contribute to work, family, and community responsibilities when they're an adult. I think we can summarize it by saying that when children have their basic needs met, they can thrive, and adults can be better caregivers when their basic needs are met. And these research findings are relevant to policies in a wide variety of areas, certainly kids issues like foster care, but even these kind of more adult issues like health insurance or workforce development, training, housing, and even state fiscal policy. You all as a committee are charged with thinking about the foster care system, but I'll tell you, the solutions to this problem don't just in this committee. They're going to lie in the committees that are going to meet in the next legislative session, in tax committees, in transportation committees, in the Children and Seniors Committee, in Health Committee, because all of these things are connected to the health and well-being of a kid. We often say in our organization that the solution for kids is a recipe. It's not a menu. A recipe requires all the ingredients to be there to work out. A menu you can pick and choose from, but our kids in Kansas need all of these things. So I'll just end with this about how we can help. We believe that our state faces really tough times, especially during this pandemic. But we believe that all of us can do the tough work together, supporting kids during their early years and supporting one another as we do so. And our team of 9 people is ready to work with the legislature, work with members of this committee and other committees, hard work, certainly to improve the foster care system, but I think importantly, to prevent the need for kids to even enter the foster care system because their families have what they need to thrive. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, John. Do we have questions? Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi. John, nice to see you.
Hi.
So, I'm really interested in what you have to say, and I'm curious when, I didn't realize that you already dig into research and analyze issues. And I know you being a health advocate from putting helping food on all of our desks on the House floor at times. But I'm wondering if you have researched the issue of attachment. And that's not exactly with nutrition and food and things like that, but I'm curious if you know any research regarding that, or if you would be willing to delve into that a little bit.
So I don't have any research on attachment, and that's why I'm grateful that we have folks like Tara or Nina Shaw-Woody in the field doing that. Our really, Representative Humphries, our kind of goal in this is to help. We think more people need to understand just the very basics of what kids need, particularly early on in their lives. And then we work with other folks who do kind of original research and kind of deep dives and support their work and help the general public understand that.
Okay. All right, well, I'll further look into that. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have for you, John. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to wear a jacket for the first time since March. So, yeah.
Probably real. Safe Families for Children, Tammy Thomas. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's a privilege to be here. I'm Tammy Thomas. I'm the state director for Safe Families for Children for Kansas. We've been in Kansas for about the past year and a half or so, perhaps a little bit longer. But before I share a lot about Safe Families, I just want to share with you where Safe Families came from. And back in 2002, 2003, our director, our founder, Dave Anderson, he's a clinical psychologist. He would interview children who had been in the child welfare system, who had experienced abuse, and their case was going to court. And Dave had a case where a single mom had been in a domestic violence situation. Never had she encountered DCF and been engaged with the child welfare system in Illinois. That's where this took place. And she left the domestic violence situation. She found her way to be independent. She was earning the money, she was paying the bills, and she was keeping food on the table for her daughter. One day she gets up to go to work, and her babysitter called and said, "I can't watch your little girl today." She's like, "Oh no, what am I going to do? If I put her to work, I'm going to lose my job. If I lose my job, I lose my money, and I can lose my apartment." This was a huge crisis. For you or me, that may not be a huge crisis. For this young mom, it was a huge crisis. She had nobody. She had no supports. So she called her old boyfriend and said, "Hey, would you watch her today?" Mom goes to work. Mom gets a call at work from the hospital. The little girl had really been into that. And so they encountered that little girl. They interviewed that little girl. Ultimately, that little girl was taken into custody. She was fostered out and eventually adopted. But David, in his heart, he goes, what are we going to do? What can we do? This was stoppable. The crisis was a babysitter. This wasn't a bad mom. This mom was trying to feed her daughter and go to work and all of those things. So they started thinking, how can we be that resource? When that crisis hits, that mom that wouldn't probably tear me up because I have resources, how can we stop it from tearing her up? And that's where Safe Families came from. Dave Anderson started keeping kids in his home. Well, his home became full over time. And so he reached out to his church family. He reached out to his friends in his professional field. And they started keeping kids. And he went, this is an area of need. That's where Safe Families came from in 2003. So today, we are in 40 states. We have 120 chapters across the United States, and we're in Canada and the UK as well. But let me say, what I do in my role, I go out into our community. We're currently in Kansas City. We're in the Southeast. I've been able to hire a part-time person here in the Topeka area, and I've been contacted by a couple of individuals in Wichita that would like us to come down that way. Your story was unbelievable, and let me tell you, that is a Safe Family story. You couldn't believe it. But we reach out to churches to try to find volunteers and see if are there Kansas families and churches that will open their hearts and homes to care for Kansas families. And they do. People care. People love kids. They don't want to see kids go into foster care. The goal of Safe Families is to intercept families prior to DCF involvement. Because it's not usually that first call to DCF that gets that family completely unraveled. A young lady in Chicago, it was the one time that she didn't have a babysitter that totally unraveled her. But it's not always the first call. Some people see their support as, oh, I called the hotline, I did my part. Right? But these folks, these families of these churches, they're trained, they're FBI background check, and they're not paid. But our organization is a volunteer-driven, professionally supported organization. What do? Whenever we're hosting a child in a home, perhaps a parent is going to have a surgery. Perhaps a parent is going to go through alcohol rehab or something such as that, and they need care for their child. they contact Safe Families, they want help. These parents are contacting us. These children never leave their custody. And that offers them that support while they go through whatever issue they have at the time. Maybe they're gonna have another child, maybe they find out they have a devastating illness. But how did we get here as a society? When you go back to the 1960s, and more than 78% of the people had left their core family. When you think of the corporate family, you know, there was 9 and 10 kids, aunts and uncles and grandparents and your parents all lived in, you know, within very close proximity. But the Industrial Revolution came along, and there was the steel industry, the car industry, and so people started leaving that. And when they left their corporate family and to earn more money in their occupation, what they lost is that family support. Safe Families is that same. We want to be an extended family for these families and communities. We want families to stay together. Our mission is to deflect child welfare. We want to stop child abuse, and we want to keep families intact. That's right. And if you take something away from today, I hope you remember all this young lady needed to babysit. And we all have our struggles. We all have our needs. And you can't go it alone. I can't go it alone. If I had crisis when my mother was in a near fatal car accident at age 82, I can count just on the 2 hands the number of people that I call right away because I need support. Some of these people have nobody. Safe Families can be that somebody that we can step up. And there's a lot of Kansas that are stepping forward to be support to families. It's a privilege to be here today.
Well, thank you for being here. I've got a couple of questions first. So, this bypasses a lot of the governmental red tape. So Safe Families that you have that are volunteers, they don't have to go through any licensure process. Have you ever had issues with a situation where a child is in a safe family?
We've had 2, not in the state of Kansas, it was in Illinois. And Safe Families handles that on behalf of our host family, if you will. And once that process of investigation got going, there was nothing about it.
Okay. And then is it all volunteers, even at the top level? How do you get any funding?
Okay. So, like, I'm a paid person. I say professionally supported. We have a source of funds, and I'm thankful for the DCF receiving a grant. And we have a full-time master social worker in the Southeast. We have one here in the Kansas City area. And I have also one that's in her master's program right now that I'm very thankful for. Our person here in Topeka, who is engaging with churches, is not a social work background, but any child that is placed in a home, that family coach that is over that relationship, meaning there's a family coach that walks beside the parent, just not treating, but supporting children, but also supporting that parent. You know, right now, I have a dad that's living in Salvation Army. He has a 4-month-old little girl, and his car's broken. And he's wanting to earn enough money to get his car fixed so that he can have transportation. And Safe Families, I have 2 families that are currently hosting that little girl during the day. And they go, they pick her up, they keep her all day, care for her, feed her, take care of her. So dad is working extra hours so that he can earn that money to fix his car. And his goal is to get out of the Salvation Army shelter and then have his own apartment.
Well, I appreciate the anecdotal story. I just kind of was wondering what kind of situations this would fit into. And didn't we pass some legislation that allowed this in Kansas? I feel like we had it in health committee several years ago.
I think it was 2016 in Northwoods, if I remember, it was the one that pushed it along, but yes, we did.
Okay.
Let me share one other thing, if I may. Gardner Edgerton School District contacted us recently, and they had a mom, when we talk about family friend, this circle of support structure. All she wanted was another adult to talk to. She has a 6 and 8-year-old little boys, and she was, I just need somebody. And so they contacted Safe Families, and they know this family, you know, they've been through the school and the preschool and all of those types of things. And we have a Safe Family friend that was just talking to her, calling her, took her to coffee, just checking in, how's it going this week? And developing that relationship. So let's say mom, maybe she has an opportunity to take a little overnight trip or something such as that. That relationship is already ended and those kids feel comfortable. So it's not like they're being sent somewhere that they don't know. So it's all about relationship.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. So, does it have to be referrals or do you reach out? And what's the difference between like respite care, like faith builders, they're kind of a respite care? What's the major difference in how we contact you?
Okay. They are referrals, and usually, let's say a school district contacts us, like Salvation Army individual contacted us on the other one that we're doing right now. But that parent has to contact us as well, and we can do it in a three-way call, whatever you want to do. But the parent has to be willing to do that, and the parent. We usually meet, if it's going to be a hosting, let's say we needed a park or we needed a McDonald's before the days of COVID, something such as that. So this parent knows exactly who this host family is. And what we're hoping to see and what we have seen success in is somebody who has no family. Then the person who's volunteering to support them, we have an opportunity to draw their family circle of support bigger. Their circle of family bigger to help us this place. So as we grow in Wichita, I'm excited to talk with you more. I really would, because it's a tremendous need, and it's about keeping these families off the radar of state families. 100% of the families that we hosted this past year will return to their family. 100% of the children. The average nationwide is 93%. On occasion, our families do hear kids talk about something where they see something that does require them to report to the child welfare agency. For the most part, 93% of these kids do.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. I've got Safe Families for Children with Movement. I don't think I've heard this, and if I have, I haven't heard much about it. So to the 2016 legislation that was passed to allow us, is that how long you've been receiving grant from DCF? How long have you been partnering with Kansas?
Right. I have been the director for Kansas since February of this year. And so I know last year there was a grant that ended in June of this year, and we are in that approval process for this year.
And what's that grant relevant? Is it part of the Families First? Is it just?
It comes to us from DCF.
So that we part of the pilot program. I'll check with DCF. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here. Next up, we have Foster Adopt Connect. Our Kent, and I believe she's on Zoom. And they're hard.
Good morning, all. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Foster Adopt Connect and to share about what we're doing in the state of Kansas. Foster Adopt Connect works with children, youth, and families as they navigate the complexities of the child welfare system. With the help of innovative tools, a dedicated professional staff, and over 20 years of experience working in Kansas and Missouri foster care systems, Foster Adopt Connect is equipped to connect children and families that provide love, healing, and stability for a brighter future. Beginning as a small support group formed by an experienced foster parent and a brand new energetic foster parent, Foster Adopt Connect has grown into an agency that has a desire to fill the gaps into the child welfare system by creating innovative services, increasing the quality of life experienced by all children who experience abuse and neglect. With 5 branch offices throughout Missouri and Eastern Kansas and multiple novel programs, Foster Adopt Connect serves children in the areas of youth support, family permanency, family support, and prevention. We are very excited about our newest prevention program named Fostering Prevention, which is offered to families in Johnson and Wyandotte counties with a focus of preventing children from entering foster care while safely stabilizing families. Fostering prevention specialists work with families in their homes, assessing the caregiver's needs and mutually setting goals towards success. Advocacy, healthcare, mental health, finances, transportation, education assistance, legal referrals, and social supports are just a few of the areas in which fostering prevention specialists may provide support to a family. Caseloads are small, allowing specialists to have a dedicated time to spend with families assuring their needs are met. Families with youth ages 6 to 16 are eligible for services. As a family begins a process of stabilization, caregivers complete a parenting assessment, which is called the Adult Adolescent Parenting Inventory, which is the AAPI. This assessment is designed to assess parenting and child rearing attitudes of adult and adolescent parents. Responses to the inventory provide an index for practicing behaviors known to be attributed to child abuse and neglect. In an effort to eliminate the risk of child abusing behaviors, our foster prevention specialists work one-on-one with families, delivering the evidence-based nurturing parenting program curriculum, which includes activities that are tailored to the family based on the children's age and the caregiver's needs. Fostering prevention specialists practice trauma responsive and cultural competent activity delivery at all times. The team works closely with DCF to assure a warm handoff to families to the program. In addition, Foster Adopt Connect operates additional innovative programs in Kansas designed to provide stability and permanency to foster and adoptive youth. Our Extreme Family Finding Program is an intensive program designed to quickly identify potential adoptive options for youth who have lingered for way too long in the foster care system by pairing a recruiter and a private investigator. The sister program to our Extreme Family Finding Program is 30 Days to Family, which expedites the identification and placement with extended family members when children first entered foster care, and thus eliminating the need to be placed in a stranger foster care home. The Behavioral Intervention Program serves both foster and adopted children. We refer to this as our BI program, provides intensive one-on-one services within the family home to children who struggle with behavioral and emotional management to the degree that the behaviors threaten the stability of their current placement, greatly decreasing the need for children to be placed in residential or congregate care settings. Direct care staff, while in home, provide neurodevelopmental activities to assist in rewiring the neural pathways in the brain, breaking the cycle of children continually living in flight, fight, or freeze mode. Other support services that we offer in Kansas to foster and adoptive parents include advocacy service to help parents navigate the child welfare system. And then we also offer different additional resources as free clothing, which we have in our Sammy's Window location in Lenexa. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Committee, do we have questions? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you share with us, so how do you get the names of, how do families get connected with you if it's to prevent them being in the foster system?
With the Fostering Prevention Program, we receive our referrals from DCF. We receive funding from the Families First Prevention Service Act. And so all of our referrals for that program, we receive through DCF. All of our other programs can be self-referral. Families can contact our agency, and we, with advocacy, with our website, fosteradopt.org, we provide advocacy service. There's a link on that, and same with our Sammy's Window, which is our clothing closet.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little interested in particularly because the prevention program is just for families with youth, with kids 6 through 16. Those are kids that typically would be school-age kids. And it seems to me that we heard in testimony yesterday, the largest group of kids in foster are those that are under that age. And so I'm a little curious why we're not having that prevention for the families with the very young kids. And they're establishing behaviors of discipline and things like that.
Yeah, when we applied, when we developed the program and we're looking to offer this program, we looked at the Johnson-Wyandotte County areas when the funding came available. And there really are a lot of resources. I have over 25 years of child welfare experience in the Kansas side. There are a lot of programming and services, especially in-home services for 0 to 5, but there really is not much available in prevention work from school age through high school. And so that is why we wanted to capture a preventive program for those school age, middle school and early high school families.
So one last question. So how many families are you providing in Johnson and Wyandotte counties?
Currently, right now, we're serving 22 families. We started accepting referrals. Our very first case was the last day of January of this year. We started receiving referrals right at the beginning of COVID. We have continued to serve families. And so currently, right now, we are serving 22 families.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, last up we have Kansas Appleseed. Your agenda says Joey Hensel, but I don't think Joey's not going to be with us today. It's Mike Bonker.
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cannon, Vice Chair Baumgartner, and members of the 2020 Special Committee on Foster Care Oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony concerning independent oversight of our child welfare system. My name is Mike Fonkert. I am a campaign director with Kansas Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to the belief that Kansans working together can build a state full of thriving, inclusive, and just communities. Our organization has been involved in foster care since 2018 as part of the Strengthen Families Rebuild Hope Coalition, made up of former foster youth, advocates, and experts. Additionally, we have recently settled a class action lawsuit against the state of Kansas over the treatment of children in the system, referred to as DCF McIntyre settlement in your agenda. At the top of our legislative priorities is establishing an Office of the Child Advocate, which I'll call the OCA from this point forward, in order to provide independent oversight, a crucial and missing component in Kansas foster care system. Many of the comprehensive recommendations of the 2018 Child Welfare System Task Force are yet to be accomplished. The OCA is a proven watchdog mechanism that other states have used to realize the meaningful reform we need here in Kansas. We have attached a policy brief on the OCA, how it will protect Kansas kids in foster care, and how it can potentially save millions of dollars for the state, to our testimony. We are excited to continue to work with you to find solutions for the problems that our foster care system faces. We do not underestimate the size of the job that stands before this committee, and we deeply commend the committee's efforts and many of the lines of questioning that we've heard over the past couple days. We have a lot of work to do, but it is work that is best done together because it's work that is vitally important to protecting Kansas children, both physically and mentally. We heard questions yesterday and today from committee members, questions about placement concerns, questions about placement proximity, which received responses that amounted to those are rumors. We've heard those rumors. But when a Kansas senator is hearing from parents and foster parents, guardian ad litems and others that something's happening, we need to be able to look into matters beyond having the claims rebuffed as rumor in a couple days of testimony. The Office of the Child Advocate could do that. We have a long road to travel to fix this system, and truly independent oversight is a crucial and necessary component of long-term successful reforms for our foster care system. I'd love to be able to trust the people with the $1 million contracts when they say they aren't engaging in a practice that others claim they are. But ought we not be able to look into these matters further to find the truth and to find the reality of that situation? The OCA could do that. We heard questions about removals. whether a child might be removed because a family's home might not meet a caseworker's standards, and responses about safety and policies and procedures, which were all well and fine. But I don't think they got to the root of the question. Some of our earlier conferees today spoke on this as well. How does race and class impact this system? Are Black families held to a different standard? We know that Black children are overrepresented in this system. Are poor families held to a different standard? Is poverty sometimes mistaken as neglect? A truly independent oversight mechanism, the OCA, could serve to help us look into these questions. And the questions aren't limited to those that have been asked here today and yesterday. When child welfare experts, former foster youth, and advocates came to Topeka in February of 2020, they testified to the dire need of the OCA during a committee hearing of House Children and Seniors on House Bill 2187. Please review the written testimony that we've submitted to see some of the excerpts of that testimony and to follow the links to see all of the testimony presented in that hearing. You will find testimony of abuse and neglect from former foster youth, testimony from a doctor whose hospital refused to release children in their care back to contractors because it would be a serious health risk, and much more. I urge this committee to consider pre-filing legislation to finally achieve the OCA. For truly successful reforms, we must establish truly independent oversight. Thank you, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Do you have questions? Okay, thanks for joining us. All right, that's it for that section. We'll start next. We'll go into the technology in the child welfare system. And first up, we have Tanya Keys from DCF.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to the meeting.
Thank you very much. So today I'm going to go through some technology. And you all yesterday and today have been talking about some of the really meaningful work that's happening between partners and others. And our technology is a way that we can capture the richness of that work and be accountable for the outcomes that are being achieved. So we're switching gears a little bit in this presentation for some technical pieces. Please know that without the technology, we would not be able to know how we're doing with families. I'm going to go through today a little bit of information on existing information systems, a little bit of data collection, some barriers to information sharing, initiatives that DCF was on a journey. We'll talk a little bit about the comprehensive child welfare information system, which you heard a little bit about yesterday in some benefits, and then a little bit about looking ahead. So that's what's going to start. So the child welfare information systems in Kansas hold a lot of information on foster care and adoption, as well as primary child protection information. It's really a collection of a lot of systems. It's not one system. We'll talk a little bit about that. Our primary system is called the ks system. Actually, it's the Family and Child Tracking System. We'll show you a screenshot in a minute. It started in 1996, and it sort of lands on our the House recent legacy all the way back to the 1980s. So that's where the creation is. And data management in current and modern child welfare world is really complicated by our case management entities and any number of our prevention providers even. They have their own case management systems. So there's a lot of systems that need to talk in terms of modernizing. So I mentioned that we have a number of systems. We have 7 major systems that I'm going to go through, but there are also some complementing systems that, between 15 and 20. So we're about needing a comprehensive child welfare information system. We need a lot of different systems to talk to each other to be successful. We're starting out here. This is an example of our family and child tracking system. We have a little screenshot of some of those places, a green screen. That's its base. A little retro. This is an example of our primary system. We have, as I mentioned, our intake and assessment information is in it, all of our federal reporting for foster care and adoption. So to give you an example, yesterday, we were able to tell you stories about over 500 families who were referred in Family First Prevention programs. And of those 500 families, 94% over the 18 or children of family. We would have not been able to share that story without the FACT system. So behind the scenes, it helps us know how we're doing different lessons. So that's the FACT system for DCF is a primary system. But it's not a case management system. It doesn't have rich notes in it. It doesn't have comments. It's not a modernized case management system. We also interface with Department of Health and Environment's child care licensing and registration system, the KRS, which is how some folks refer to it. Also, we're fortunate in October of last year, we started the care match system. The care match system is an integrated system that DCF, our providers, as well as the child placement agencies have access to. When a child cannot be placed with a relative, needs a placement, or maybe needs a move, this is the system that we can go in live in real time, see where a child is living, and do some searches for the best matching place. So that's a system that was mentioned a little bit yesterday. We also use our Kansas eligibility and enforcement system, KEYS. That's a DCF system that maintains a lot of information on eligibility, child care assistance information. And then also we heard yesterday about some independent living subsidy payments and assistance. That's the system that supports those types of monthly benefits. Our Kansas Initiative for Decision Support is yet another system that helps us with our front end. DCF includes our investigation and assessment, does have capacity for notes and to upload documents that we might have in the investigations or for implementing medical reports, photos. That's the system that holds that information. There's a Medicaid management information system that might need to be accessed for our body of work. And we also use the statewide contractor rate information and payment tracking. Helps us talk to the SMART system with the state of Kansas, helps us make payments. And it's sometimes referred to as scripts. That we really hear some of those references. We do collect, as you heard, in these 7 systems and some ancillary systems, quite a bit of robust data with how that we're able to use a lot of this data up on our website and make sure that folks have what they need to improve the systems and federal reporting. We have a reference there of where we put some of our frequency data and numbers served, as well as our outcome data is on our project. And also, in addition to this, we do track daily those who are absent from placement. Talk a little bit about this today. That's also on our internet. Let's talk a little bit about some barriers. So as you can imagine, 7 major systems, 15 to 20 other complementary systems that help us know what's happening and how we can access those. Some of the barriers might even range all the way from the individual family or child or young person level. Some of those systems I mentioned, we might need to look at something about medical management or the mile system. And I might need to double check in the FACT system is something accurate. And then maybe go into the care match system to make sure that that placement is also updated. So that's the piece about needing to check and double check the number of systems and reconcile those systems. There's a lot of love and data entry for all these systems, as you can imagine. But I think sometimes the poor data processing support has been a challenge. Part of that is we need to reconcile and make sure that, at least for foster care and adoption, that the foster care case management information in their system, we need to also make sure that's exactly facts, because ultimately that fact system that we saw the screenshot on, that's where our federal reporting comes from. So we really want to make sure that facts represents the real work. That's a challenge. We have, sometimes we have weekly reconciliation hearings on Fridays. Some of the managers will get together to make sure that they're matched and the fact system and any information system that's managing entities all matched on that Friday. So we know the exact number of children who have been separated in their families in foster care, and then all three systems have the same number. So there's a lot of reconciliation. There are some challenges depending on the system and what's what the information you need. Might be some confidentiality issues or just additional work for security agreements to sign so that the person who needs to access all the systems really can access all those systems through security agreements. We heard a lot yesterday about some directions we want to go. We know we want to engage others in learning more about information and interfacing. For example, through foster care, we can't do that alone. We need others to help us with that. We also heard a little bit about the individual data sharing agreement with Wichita Police Department and the Subject County Sheriff's Office have access to their records department and the dispatchers. We're able to access the system, which is the Kansas intake investigation system. And as the secretary mentioned, if they just need to call in and need to verify address, who's living in the home, are their children living in the home, they're able to do that. So that's an example of how we're trying to bridge information about safety through information systems. A little bit about some overall and overarching DCF IT initiatives. I'll talk a little bit more in a second about the comprehensive child welfare information system that we're really looking forward to. We use and have been participating with other state agencies in a larger initiative about data center and service, which is sort of a larger initiative to help us mitigate and consolidate servers and equipment for the state of this Landon State Office building to make sure that we're able to mitigate space for all of the storage of all the servers. We have the National Electronic Energy Compact enterprise enhancements that we've started, and we participate with other states across the nation who will be able to be part of that leases system, because we've already put that every once in a while. We also, as was mentioned yesterday, we've entered into sort of a new partnership for some innovation technology with Accenture and Amazon Connect. It's a way to have a soft phone line for your computer so that if you have a need to telework, we don't have to worry as much about hard landlines or data technology in the building. There's a way phone calls and customer service for the individual employees designated with computer lines. So it's a soft technology resource for us. We were moved to DCF earlier this spring. Let's talk finally a little bit about the comprehensive child welfare information system, also referenced as CDIS. So in 2016, states had new opportunities to think about with our federal partners what a child welfare information system could be with some new regulations, which really to help modernize. I think as we've seen on some of these slides, Kansas definitely has a lot of opportunities to modernize. We have a lot of gratitude that we're able to take advantage of some of these federal pieces, these standards and partners that help us with that. We began pursuing a formal CWIS plan in 2018. The 2018 and 2019 legislature appropriated funding. We have a lot of gratitude for that. It's underway. We recently awarded a feasibility study to Public Consulting Group. That's an 18-month planning process. And just a little bit about that, what that 18 months looks like. They'll help us with a feasibility study. We'll do some alternative analysis, looking at all of those systems, the major 7 and the smaller 15, about how we use those systems. We'll do some cost benefit analysis. And ultimately, it will help us with the implementation RFP to start thinking about how we begin to synthesize all of this information for all the systems child welfare touches. 2020 legislature, sort of catching myself a little, appropriated $2 million we are able to get matched dollars, so it's a 50% match dollars for all funds. Our spending for cities, which is great, we're able to get that match. And we hope, again, that the 18 months, so we're getting in to know a little bit more about that agile development. These projects are large and have gravity for states who invest in serious, and they can take time. We need resources over time, so this could be a 3 or 4 or even 1 year project. The good news is that much development now, as you finish your feasibility studies, is you can start things a little bit early. Agile development, you have to wait for them to be done before you start seeing the benefits. Phase in some of the development. How CWIS will really help us, it will reduce redundant data entry, as I just mentioned, sometimes the same information in CWIS would eliminate that. We would have one touch, we would enter information on them. So therefore you get some efficiencies all the way from all the way through production and also helping with prevention measures. We would have really great information management around caseloads and some other real key indicators to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support families. Looking ahead, we're really looking forward to and have gratitude for the relationship that also explain the funding needs and how important to see this is for Kansas families and for those working with Kansas families. And we'll continue to, the information systems we have, provide all the information we can so that we're able to tell the story about things. Thank you, and I'll be able to answer questions now or later.
Let's take questions now for you. I have a question on the federal grant money. Is that renewable? Is that a given match?
Yes, so if your question about the students.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, so we, because it's such a large federal project, we are required to give our partners of administration to families. We work with CDO and others to make sure that we have approved documents. And so we're able to get that approval so that federal match funding continues support. We do have to check in with them, provide updates, but as long as we are meeting the standards that our federal partners set forth for these health information systems, their match, their commitment to states continues. We do have to provide periodic update reports to stay on schedule and accountable to those dollars as well as just the overall implementation we want to achieve.
Okay, you have to provide the updates, but we also have to appropriate $2 million.
Yes, we need state dollars, so that those could be matched with federal dollars.
Got down to the bottom of it.
Sorry.
Other questions? Representative Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here again. On slide 13, you talk about the data center as a service. So how many departments will that involve?
Data center as a service is impacting few state agencies, but within DCF, we're phasing in programs over time. We can get you the data in calendar year 2020, how each program and servers associated to those programs will migrate or be consolidated. I do know, I did some meetings recently, there's some of the child welfare information systems are beginning their phase. Get you information on what calendar year 2020 looks like in this service.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, you guys tap into KDHE's, whatever information system, technology, wildlife fence, and this really wildlife content. I know I'm not if you don't have to speak to the Department of Labor. But then the National Electronic Interstate Compact Enterprise enhancements. So what does this mean? What do we get out of this? Are we able to communicate with other states? You know, and I'm thinking solely for the purpose of child welfare. And I know that we communicate certainly with the others, it would be beneficial.
Sure. So specific to the interstate compact, NISIS, as you mentioned, it's a web-based application. It is designed and maintained by an outside entity for the purpose of states to be able to efficiently, the states that agree to be part of this national information system. Makes it easier for us to make sure they get the documents, there are specific documents that are required for children, and they can reduce emails and hard copy processes through US postal mail. So it's a system that is secure that lets states to each other much more quickly and communicate so that home studies and other background information that initially contact requests can be approved or denied much more quickly and rather than waiting for historical means of communication on.
So it sounds more administrative than, say, specific case files.
It is administrative regarding individual children, so it does contain information on children, but it's a way to help states communicate.
Senator Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the great presentation. So would this also help, like I received a phone call from a gentleman that lives in Oklahoma, Texas, and his children are here, and he is seeking partial custody. The mom's here, they live in Wichita. So would it help the interaction or, you know, all the whatever was going on that with that gentleman in Texas network with the kids and the DCF or St. Francis Community Center in Kansas?
If family has children in the foster care system, this specific, questions are specific to children in the custody of the secretary and interstate compact with the special. So yes, this is for that family, we would engage or use this ICPC system to help talk to Oklahoma about if they've requested a home study, if they're completing a home study, if we've approved it, we would be able to talk to Oklahoma using that system.
Representative Basson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the line of questions, Senator. So I'm going specifically to the emails where he was not in state custody, wasn't in custody of the secretary. However, the calls, to the board center. Would this be beneficial in situations like that?
In circumstances of initial child protection concerns, this NISIS system of interstate compact is not formally used. Instead, the system that is used between any states, in the instance you're describing, would be through intake assessment. So, for example, the Kansas Protection Center would communicate with the Missouri hotline in Jefferson City, and there are ways, there are specific procedures in place and policy from many states on how to do child protection referrals, how to request courtesy. Some states call them courtesy interviews, as other states call them courtesy referrals. Those are done at the state administrative level, for example, the protection and also then are immediately connected to a local office, for example, like the service close to it at the year. So the process of also the front end, child protection vary. That does not happen through the ICPC system. It happens rather through the intake assessment.
So I appreciate your understanding of this and your background and experience working both sides of the same file.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, then we're going to follow that with, we have a couple of pediatricians joining us today via Zoom from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Kansas chapter. We have Dr. Sonia Crane and Dr. Pamela Shaw. Do we know which one's first?
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Pam Shaw, and I'm a pediatrician in Kansas City, Kansas. I've been in practice for 30 years, and many of the things that I'm going to talk about today are not unique in my 30 years of practice. So I'm very excited for the opportunity to speak to the Special Committee on Foster Care regarding some of these issues and some of the things that are certainly barriers for physicians in practice who are seeing children in foster care. Both Dr. Crane and I are going to tell a few stories. When our Committee on Foster Care came together to talk about these issues, every one of the pediatricians on the committee had at least one story. So we'd like to share both our personal recollections as well as some stories from those other pediatricians in the state. The first story is about a patient that I saw in my practice. She presented to me for the first time with her foster parents and was there for a sports physical as a teenager who had moved into the area from another area in Kansas. On the questionnaire is a question about heart conditions, which obviously are the leading cause of sudden death for teenage athletes. And she said she had some type of heart condition. Unfortunately, she could not tell me what kind of heart condition she had she been seen by a cardiologist or any of the workup, and the foster parents were also unaware. Because of this situation, I had to send her to a cardiologist for workup of this heart condition before I could clear her for sports. And that entailed an EKG, the visit itself, a chest x-ray, as well as a stress test as the cardiologist needed to figure out exactly what was going on. Obviously, this was done previously because the teenager was aware they had a heart condition, just was not aware of their diagnosis. And this is not unusual. As you all are aware, teenagers do not always, cannot always tell us the diseases or the problems that they have. The second case is about a child with asthma. As a chronic disease, we have to manage these conditions by knowing, first of all, what medication they're on, how severe the asthma is, and hopefully prevent them from going to the ER. With a child who has been placed with foster parents, the foster parents then are expected to know these things, which are not always available to them. Because of that, this child went to the ER 3 times before we were able to control her asthma and make sure that she was doing well with her asthma action plan, which was instated. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Crane to let her tell the story of another child with similar findings.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me present with Dr. Shaw. I have many personal stories of my own experience with foster children, but I wanted to share with you a story from one of our pediatricians that practices in Jetmore, Kansas, because this one just was very hard to hear for me. And her story is that she saw a 14-year-old in clinic for his first visit with her. He had just been removed from an urban Kansas home and placed in a rural western Kansas home. And he had a history of brain cancer, and that's all he knew. And his foster parents didn't know anything else about it either. There was no records. He thought his cancer doctor's name started with an R. Fortunately, rural western Kansas is a pretty small world when it comes to cancer doctors for kids. And so this general pediatrician thought maybe it was Dr. Rosen and was able to contact him and schedule and determine a follow-up plan. But I think what was most concerning about this story is, what if this child had been nonverbal? What if this had been a 14-month-old instead of a 14-year-old? It was a very stressful situation for the entire family and for the child and for the pediatrician. And again, as Dr. Shaw mentioned earlier, this is not unusual for us to deal with this on a regular basis. The irony of the situation is he was removed from the home for medical neglect of his cancer. And this is kind of almost a form of medical neglect, as we weren't even able to stay on top of it when we removed him from the home. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Shaw with some of our recommendations.
Thank you again for this opportunity. One of the hazards of working from home is having dogs who like to bark, so I apologize for that. It may continue for just a short period of time.
It's okay, it's National Dog Day, so.
It's a good thing because that dog might actually not be surviving later, but thank you again. I just wanted to talk about a few of the possible fixes for this problem that continues to happen across the state. With the National Dog Day barking in the background. Okay, this is a problem with dachshunds. We have heard from our colleagues in Missouri. That they have a system that they have instituted, which we think holds promise for the state of Kansas as well. They have a health information specialist unit within DCF, which would have staff that are trained in reading medical records and able to coordinate health care for children in the foster care system. This would be similar to a case manager, which again, it really helps with the concept of a medical home, where we would be able to have one system that could share information between all the caregivers in the state. It would also entail that the physicians then upload information into the system at each appointment. From our colleague in Missouri, she was clear with us that there is some extra time that's inherent in this, using this system, but it's worth it being able to share the information easily. So one thing I would say as a caveat is we need to make sure that it doesn't add a whole lot of work to the physicians who are doing this, because it won't get done if it's something where we have to duplicate what we're documenting in the medical record into another system. So that's just a caveat. It also removes the responsibility from the foster parents for having this information. Many times these foster parents are doing the very best they can, and they apologize over and over again for not being able to help us with this information. So I do not want to add any more burden to foster parents. I've had foster parents bring in large 3-ring notebooks with information that I have to sort through about these very chronically ill or complex children. So it would make it a lot easier for us in a snapshot, if you will, to take care of these children. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Crane now.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. My dog is barking outside. So part of the kind of electronic solution that we have proposed, we also feel like the managed care organizations need to be involved and be a part of the solution, because we need important medical information at the first visit. Like I said, that pediatrician in Jetmore, Kansas needed to know from that first time that child came in to see her what the past medical history was and how to best help this child and moving forward. And the managed care organization should be able to provide this when it is needed. So we recommend that the MCOs provide cyber access in order for us to be able to log into a system to access those previous diagnosis codes and physician encounters. And this is similar to what Dr. Shaw was just mentioning from our colleague in Missouri. So she uses it fairly frequently, almost on a daily basis. And she did see there are some limitations, but it's pretty easy to access. And she at least can pull up diagnosis codes and visits. I actually have some screenshots if you guys are interested in looking at those. I will not do that right now, but if you have questions and want to look at those, I can provide those to you. I think, so that's part of our ask, is to get the managed care organizations involved in this. I think the key point that we're trying to get across to you guys today is that children in foster care often have very complex medical needs. We haven't even touched the tip of the icebergs in our stories to you today. There's a lot of behavioral and mental health needs that go along with pretty much every child in foster care, as I'm sure you are well aware of. And we need to be able to provide them the best care and the care that they deserve to be healthy. And I think that's our biggest ask and point today, and that's why we're offering these suggestions. So we thank you again for letting us speak to you today, and we would happily take any questions that you have.
Thank you both for joining us, taking time out of your day. Do you have any questions? Senator Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. Did you say in your presentation that the example, the family and the child that you shared with us, that story, did you say that the foster parents or the biological parents, or both of them, did not know that the child had the problem, the medical issue?
Is that, I'm sorry, was that question for me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. I tried to find my ear pods and I can't find them. So, no, the biological parents were aware, and that was why the patient was removed from the home. I'm sorry, the child was removed from the home, and for medical neglect of not seeking appropriate care for that diagnosis. But the foster parents were never made aware of his diagnosis and did not know what his hematologist or his oncologist name was, where to take him for appointments. I think that's why they took him to the pediatrician to begin with, to try to figure this out. So when I mentioned neglect as an ironic point, I was talking more about the system, not the foster parents.
I have a question for Dr. Shaw. I believe you were one talking about the health information specialist. What level of professional person would need to be hired for this? I mean, I'm sure they need to have some kind of health background.
That is correct. That is one of the things that our colleague from Missouri stressed, is that if you just have someone who's administrative in this position, it really bogs things down because they don't understand half of the medical terms. So it would need to be someone who's either a health information management specialist, or it would need to be at the level of a nurse or a PA that could understand the medical diagnosis if possible.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. I guess a concern that I have is we have that requirement, it's KAR 28-4-809, that when a child is put into placement, that a description of the child's recent circumstances, including any medical problems, mental health concerns, information about the child's medication, the name of each of the child's current healthcare providers, that is to be provided, as well as any allergies and so forth. That, along with the medications, are to be provided by foster parents. What I keep hearing from pediatricians and from foster parents is they're not provided that information. So I don't understand how a health information specialist unit would resolve the issue if there aren't documents to go through. And I'd also like you to address, what if our, right now our foster kids might be serviced by one of 3 different NCOs. have advocated in fact introduced a bill where all foster kids would have one MCO only, so there wouldn't be a problem when they're shifted from place to place or location that's serviced by a different MCO. Could you address that, please?
I'll start and I'll let Dr. Crane add anything that I may have missed. So I do know that it is a requirement that this information is provided, but the reality is it's not, whether it's an emergency placement or a placement out of town. The patient with the cardiology problem that I mentioned before was from Southeast Kansas. And so there were no records that the foster parents had for either her or her sister. That may have come later in the placement, but many of these foster parents want to get these children medically checked out immediately. The advantage to having the health information management system or a specialist who is doing that is that the records would then be uploaded by me when I saw that patient of this patient's condition. So any physician across the state could then log into this system and be able to access this information rather than it being dependent on a human or something else to transmit this information. So it's basically a database, if you will, of information regarding the children in foster care. The second piece of your question is an excellent point. If we just used one MCO, it would be much more manageable because, well, first of all, the MCOs are not alike. There's often differences in their formularies and differences in the services that they provide for children. So if we had one that we could depend on for all foster kids, I think that would be indeed a tremendous benefit to both the children and the physicians who take care of them.
I would agree with Dr. Shaw completely and what she said. I think the more we can streamline the process, the better. But I also think it's important to make sure we have good communication. And to echo what Dr. Shaw said about her patient, I think to kind of go back and address that earlier question towards me, yes, the foster parents are supposed to have full information and access to what's going on with these kids medically, but they don't, unfortunately. And many times they come to me and they say, I got this list. I think this is their medications, but I don't know anything else. And it's kind of a process of trying to figure things out. So I think having one managed care organization for them would be excellent because then there's one place to go and start asking. But an even better or a better method would be to have that database in place that we could access at least diagnosis codes and know what they've been diagnosed with previously at our fingertips that day in clinic.
Okay, I think that exhausted our questions. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity. I apologize again for the barking dogs.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
I did too. Can you show us the dog? Dr. Shaw?
Yes?
We want to see the dogs.
Oh, well, I had my son take them upstairs and put them away. I have two dachshunds and one mutt who's a rescue dog, and yeah, the dachshunds bark at everything: leaves in the trees, blades of grass, and they often will do that while I am trying to speak on Zoom calls. So.
We do have a question from Senator Booker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have a fiscal note for what was accomplished or what it takes to accomplish those recommendations? Is there any idea what kind of money we're talking about, the position as well as the benefits?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Do you have a fiscal note for what you're recommending as far as the position?
Oh. I do not have a fiscal note, but we could find out from our colleague in Missouri what that was. I don't know if Dr. Crane has that.
I don't have that with me today, but I can certainly find out. That'd be pretty quick information.
I think we can find that out here. I'm just going to do so 2 years too. Okay. Now let's say goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're done early. One morning. Representative, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I did have one quick question. I'm wondering if, I don't see any of the information from Tara Wallace, like her phone number, or way to get in touch with her from the Kansas African American Foster Care Adoption Coalition. And I was curious where her office is, because I've never heard that. But I would also love her contact information if we could get that.
Okay, we can share the contact information that we have when we got home protein.
Okay, that would be great. And just one other thing I wanted to mention was there was something passed in 2016 about safe families. It was called the Host Families Act. And it was put in some human trafficking and a bunch of, several other ancillary research. But it basically, it seems like it gave DCF the statutory authority to engage with nonprofits such as Safe Families.
So just the opportunity to get some grant money.
Yes, right.
Yeah, just FYI for everybody. So, okay. Can we get Tara? What was her last name? Wallace. Oh, there she is. Can we get her contact information? It's not in her testimony. Do we want to keep going, or should we come back at 1? Oh, that's right. Secretary Howard, you would be up right after lunch. Are you ready to talk about legal representation? Okay. Well, we'll just keep going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my presentation on this is really brief. You should have more traditional testimony in front of you on this. We don't have a PowerPoint on this. I'm just going to talk just at a high level about legal representation in foster care, and then I'm also eager to hear the other conferees and some of the innovations going on in Iowa that I think have great promise. There's no doubt that having advice, counsel, and advocacy of qualified, experienced attorneys, really quality legal advice is really critical in the child welfare system if we're really going to be focused on the best outcomes for children and families. So what happens today? Once a child is placed in DCF custody, courts rely on that child's parent's attorney to ensure the child's parents' rights are protected and that they're receiving adequate services from their foster care case managers. The court also relies on the child's guardian ad litem, which is the attorney that is appointed to advocate specifically for that child's needs. To make sure visitation is happening between the child and the family, if they're getting into their new school district, access to healthcare, as we were just talking about, really the needs of that child throughout the course of the case. There's a lot of provisions that are set out in the Child in Need of Care Code that speak to these facets of legal representation for the children and for families involved in the system. I would note that in Kansas law, things are set up in such a way that the DCF is usually not actually a party to the sync cases. And we don't play that major of a role in the legal proceeding themselves. So the court is actually the entity that's responsible for appointing and then in some cases funding the legal representation that I was just speaking to. So specifically, once a child in need of care case commences, there's a specific state statute, KSA 38-2205, that lays out those rights to counsel. And again, as I said earlier, under statutory provisions, every child who's the subject of a city petition is appointed an attorney. No one has a guardian ad litem to represent their best interests. And that's specifically called out in the statute. And again, as I said earlier, I mean, that GAL, they really are to operate, really make an independent investigation of the facts of the case and really represent the best interest of the child throughout the life of the case. When we get to parents, the situation can be a little bit different. So parents who are alleged or adjudicated, parents of children who are alleged or adjudicated to be a child in need of care can be represented by an attorney. There's specific provisions in the statute that require that the courts give some information through a pamphlet advising those parents of those rights. The statute also says that courts can appoint an attorney for parents who become financially unable to employ an attorney. There's some caveats to that, though, even in the statute. They can appoint that attorney so long as the parent has not missed hearings or refused to attend hearings. There's also some provisions that there would always be an attorney appointed for the parent if the parent is a minor, if they have some mental illness, or if they have some disability. So when you think about parents, in many cases, obviously, when parents come, I think really with some natural disadvantage to the process. And many parents may not have access through their own resources to an attorney. They may rely then on that existing statute. There's also some consideration in the statute related to legal representation for other interested parties. That might be someone the child might have lived with for some period in their life. It might be someone who has a certain degree of relationship to the child, or even someone the child has a really close emotional ties with. So in addition to certain relatives, that might also include foster parents. It might include family friends who have some interest in supporting the child. And grandparents are also automatically given interested party status unless the court finds that doing so would be against the best interest of the child. However, there's no requirement to provide any attorney to interested parties. Again, they need to be given information by the court of their rights in the proceedings. They are allowed to be represented by an attorney, but the court's not required to provide an attorney. They may, but unlike with parents, they're not required to. So the fees for these court-appointed attorneys, those are currently paid by the county in which proceedings are taking place. No DCF funds are expended on court-appointed attorneys. And I think really the whole basis of this conversation today, there's a lot of research that's been done across the country that really demonstrates the impact of quality legal representation on youth moving more quickly to permanency in the system. More engagement with the parents or other relatives. The guardian ad litem and the role they play in really keeping an eye on what's happening in that case, and the timely visitation, frequency of visitation, etc. And just how quality legal representation can really inform the quality of the judicial decision. So knowing that, we have made some efforts in DCF to try to increase opportunities for families to access legal representation. One effort you heard a bit about yesterday really came through Families First, and you'll also hear from Kansas Legal Services about this a little bit later today. But we did include, kinship navigation grant to Kansas Legal Services as part of the Family First Prevention Services Act. And this is really legal representation, mediation, general legal assistance related to case progress. It's really related to youth and their kin caregivers. So this is not supporting parents per se. This is supporting those other relatives or close kin-like relationships. So for example, that could be a family friend, that could be a teacher, that could be a coach, that could be, other relatives. So they can provide really specific legal assistance. And you hear about how that in a number of cases has prevented youth from coming into the child welfare system through, for example, being able to create a legal guardianship, things like that. And that really is the ultimate goal of that specific program, is to divert entry of youth into foster care by being able to formalize what some of those other kinds of alternate care relationships might look like. So, I think, as I said, my testimony is very brief, but we're very committed to exploring innovations, increase quality legal representation for families in the system. We think that's a good thing, and I think that some of the models that you'll hear about today are certainly things we would have interest in talking with you about and exploring going forward.
Okay, do we have questions for Secretary Howard? Senator Butler.
Yeah, Madam Chair. At the county level, is the county responsible for payment?
They are under our state statute.
And is that part of any particular budget, or how does the county care for that fund?
Yeah, in the same way I believe that they do for other indigent representation. They make referrals, to their list of attorneys that would be on a list to represent indigent persons that come in. And I think you'll hear a little bit more this afternoon. For example, I think Kansas City Services, I think they're on that list of a number of jurisdictions and do in many cases service as a representative for parents, but that currently comes out of the county dollars through the court system. I think one of the things you'll hear about today is, I think it was in 2019, there were some changes made at the federal level related to the ability to use federal 4E child welfare dollars. On the administrative side, we claim some of that money on kind of a 50-50 matching basis on the administrative side. And that's been expanded a bit to allow payment related to legal costs. And so I think the best way in which we might implement those provisions, should we choose to do so as a state, because in for perhaps 4E could match existing local dollars or things like that.
Senator Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Howard, you're actually the fourth Secretary of DCF SRS since I've served in the legislature. And so thank you. We are moving forward. A lot of good things that I've heard here today. I also serve on the Kansas, Legal Aid Kansas Legal Services in Wichita, directed by the state director, Marilyn Hart. And so, yes, a lot of people will come to Kansas Legal Services and to get an attorney representation in the courtroom, although they are just backed up, waiting. So sometimes, Madam Chair, these individuals still don't get to see that legal representation until the day of, sometimes, or very minimal interaction. And sometimes what I see when I go just to sit in the back of the courtroom is that sometimes the opposite side, they have a really good, strong legal representation, as opposed to, and I'll just use the same example, that single mom who had to take the city bus to get to the court, and then she's in there, and it's so, but I would say that the services that Minister Nina Shaw is providing for the parents, people should really look that direction. But here's my quick question for you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that over yesterday's presentations and today, in years past, we hear that the court The judge makes that final decision. Orders made regarding placement and so forth and so on. But wouldn't you say that the rulings are based on what information is given by a social worker, caseworker, CASA member? And so this is where I'm asking the legislature review maybe an in-house policy that when all that is going on, you've got that terrified, nervous mother there who doesn't know the legal process, that they get to leave there with something in their hand to kind of just, and that could be the court reporter, or maybe you could, or I could talk to the legal system that they let them, because they're taking notes. The stenographer is taking notes. They can, something can happen, or when they leave, they kind of know a little bit what steps they need to do, since they don't always have the money for that proper attorney for legal representation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sandra. And I guess the piece I would say about that, I think it goes back though to the importance of having quality legal representation. When you're clearly parents can be at a disadvantage. And this is actually something I feel really passionate about. I was actually thinking last night about the conversation I had. This probably would have been in the late 1990s or early 2000s with a colleague who was working actually for one of our private contracting partners early in the days of privatization, and we were having just a conversation, and the piece was recognizing the child has a guardian ad litem. In many jurisdictions there are CASAs, and I remember her saying, and it stuck with me all this time, she said, where's the family appointed special advocate? Where's the parent appointed special advocate? And I really think that if we can make progress on improving the ability for the parents to have strong legal representation, that can, I think, really make a difference. And as you heard us talk yesterday, clearly as an agency, we're very focused on at that front end through our new practice models, really wanting to make sure families and others close to that child are at the table. But I do think, finding a way to strengthen that legal representation so that parent can kind of, in a sense, be on some equal footing in those conversations, and just to be able to navigate the system will make a huge difference. So,
we want to keep it happy. Yeah. Representative Finney. I was thinking last year, I was going to talk about the parent's attorney with the child welfare office, but it just reminds me of the public defender dilemma that we have in Kansas. Everybody I know that's used the criminal justice system is a public defender. I mean, they don't see them until it's time to go to court in a few cases. They even have long files. So a lot of them end up taking a plea, going to jail. So I'm just surprised to learn. Well, I knew because some of the families, birth families had attorneys, but I could never figure out. They always had these attorneys, but they always called me for advice. That's all I was referring back to them. Call your attorney. I don't need to tell you what to tell you. So, but it just, after listening today, it's just very similar to our public defenders. There's not enough money, not enough time. It just seems like they just don't get the service that they need. So, kudos to strengthening of any kind of way as possible that we could strengthen in Kansas. But I got a question for you. I'm also on the juvenile justice oversight, and I have asked you a question. It goes very short. On kinship care, are the kids, are those families still not getting paid $10 a day? I know because we asked you about it, and you said, well, you guys are going to try to get an increase. Because right now, we don't get $10 a day.
Yeah, we've made some adjustments to kinship care and also created a range. So there's an array of rates. I'm not going to get it right. My deputy secretary could say it out loud, but what the range is. I should remember this.
Thank you. The range of rates for medical providers is $11, including 5 tiers of level.
For the $10, what is that just for, like, how do you, I guess it works for 10 days, that means a week. What is that cover, basically? I mean, that for someone, like a grandparent or something?
It's based on the needs of the child. So it could include age, can include their needs for connections, their needs for travel, and other children needs. So it's really based on the needs of the child and not the type of relationship that relative has.
Because $11, do we also get access to a snack card? Usually, other time, where that takes care of food and everything.
The intent is for at least one board. I don't know if they would also be eligible for assistance. It would depend on their resources.
But again, it's a range of rates, so some may be getting 11, some will be getting other ranges based on the needs of the child. And again, that's part of our focus and really wanting to put a focus on a relative, feasible and accessible and tied to the needs of the child.
Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something I feel so passionate about since legal field is a little bit in my field. And so just, I know you understand what this picture looks like, but so people here, you know, think of a courtroom and we're all like on TV, that's what our a lot of our courtroom experience. But on one side is the DA and the guardian ad litem and sometimes a caseworker for the child placing agency comes up and speaks. And on the other side is the sink attorney for the parent, but if the parents are separated, there may be 2 attorneys sitting there, or maybe 3 if it's a sibling group, and there's an attorney for a grandparent. I mean, it's just a lot of people up there, and I am passionate about how do we make sure these families have the best representation. You know, because a lot of it is they're appointed by the county. But probably my main question has to do with the guardian ad litem. That the parents to get representation, of course, the interest of the state, of the DA, is to make sure that the children are safe and well and are getting good care. So it's these competing, but the guardian ad litem is the one that is appointed for the child. All court cases have come down and say that the guardian ad litem represents, not the child, they represent the best interests of the child. And my question to you is, and we may have someone speak to us later on this, but I just wanted to make the community aware and maybe you have an idea about this. I've said in the court, I've been a sink attorney. The guardian ad litem has never met the child, they've never visited the home, how can they represent the best interest? So my question is, how do we strengthen the guardian ad litem position? And maybe it's a para-legal position, but it's someone that's time to engage with the child and understand what their best interest is. Because right now they have huge caseloads. I understand that they can't get around it. Everyone, I don't know that they get around anyone. So, and I'm sure it's different in different jurisdictions too. We can speak to what I've seen myself. So, do you have any thoughts about the guardian ad litem position in particular?
Well, I don't know that I do, Representative, beyond what you've said. And I think, our experience as an agency, we obviously see, I think the vast majority of the guardian ad litems, they care very much about what they're doing, but as you indicated, very many of them are managing a lot as well. We see very, very active GALs who participate in other kids' planning. We see others who aren't as engaged for various reasons. It might be valuable for the committee sometimes to perhaps talk to the Office of Judicial Administration about whether they have some thoughts or ideas, on that legal side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be quick. So I concur with what Representative Philly has said. So and just history, we need that history to go to a better future. So when we passed the legislation, the interested party status, that was a bill that I worked on for grandparents to be contacted, sent a letter to, so they could go to court and advocate for their grandchildren. But it was a hard battle just to get the Grandparents as Caregivers Act passed into law, because some of my colleagues at that time said we shouldn't have to pay grandparents to take care of their grandchildren, but grandparents loved them and they wanted them, but they also needed financial help. And so it was an unfair justice balance that grandparents only could get up to $600. So if they had 3 children, they got $200 per child, and then they got medical cards and food stamps. But however, it started going out into the atmosphere that, people were being foster parents because they got money. And that's not true. They open up their homes and hearts. They want to do good too. Representative Gail Kitty is a foster parent. She does a great job. And everybody else would, they do too. It was, and I don't know if it's changed, and so here's my question, Madam Chair, is that the grandparent would get $200 per child, and maybe not food stamps, but the foster parent would get $600 per child, plus a medical card, plus food stamps. So has that changed, or is it still the same?
What I'd like to do on that one, Senators, is maybe provide just a document to the committee that shows that. I actually remember when that bill passed as well, and the intersection with TANF and staff, licensed, unlicensed, all those factors. So instead of speaking off the top of my head, we could put a bit of a chart together for the committee, so you have that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate receiving that, and thanks for that question. Representative Askew.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary, once again. I can say from speaking with constituents all over the states that I can concur with what everybody else has said, that, from courthouse to courtroom to attorney, it can be different in every situation. And sometimes it works out good, and the guardian ad litem does a fantastic job, and in other situations that I've heard of, that when you tell you right outside the courtroom, you really get 5 minutes and maybe have the proper files to go in. But my question was on the KINS Act. It's for kin caregivers. So is that, I guess, what's the definition of a kin caregiver? Is that kin that has custody, or is that a kin that has placement?
This actually is really intended to be at the front end. This is part of Families First. You'll hear more about it this afternoon from Kansas Legal Services. But it could be a grandparent, it could be another relative, it could be someone who has a close relationship to that child, and perhaps one's then looking at creating a formal arrangement. Again, at the front end, the goal really is to deter entry into the foster care system at all.
So ideally, the birth parents would still have custody of the child.
Yeah, although the net effect of this might be that perhaps there's a guardianship given to someone else, things like that, or custodianship. It just depends on the circumstance. What that legal need is in that circumstance. So, but again, they're going to be talking to you this afternoon. I think they could probably give you some specific examples of the actual families they work with and what that means.
Okay, I will stay here. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch then. And back at Monday. And maybe since it's longer, everybody could be back on time. Thank you.
Do you know whether, do we know whether they, Vanessa should be ready by the facility?
I sent an email already telling them we're ahead.
That we're ahead? Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay, well, I'll go around the other way.
Yeah.
I'll grab that for you.
No problem about that.
Okay, so they're not finding you? Well, there was a few that signed in this morning, and this was a new sheet that I put out this morning. So is that was a few, it looks like it's I know. You're welcome.
Well, thank you. Good hands on it. Okay.
Couple of things. I've sent the sign-in sheet around to schools for us to make sure that they've signed in on the basis. And then for the companies, if they can speak into so that comes in
Okay, welcome back. We'll get started. Couple of announcements. When we were speaking at the podium, the conferees, if you speak right into the mic, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing this one too. We got that message, so that will help. Be sure to turn your vouchers in. And we sent a sign-in around, and just want to make sure everybody got that. And we received a response already this morning from Mr. Woody, and so you've gotten a handout passed out to your spot that has some of the information that she asked for. Representative Thompson?
Madam Chair, what was the first you said, sign-in sheet?
Not today.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
But we might make you go sign in too.
I assure you my autograph is worthless.
Okay, okay, we're going to continue our discussion on legal representation. And with that, we have Vanessa Dudley Miller, the Kansas Court appoints special advocates. Is Vanessa here or oh, she's here. Okay. We're ready for you. I don't know if you realize that we had Secretary Howard go before lunch because we were ahead of time. So, yeah. Thanks for being here. Chair and Vice Chair Baumgartner and members of the Special Committee on Foster Care Oversight. I am Vanessa Dudley Miller, the State Director of the Kansas CASA Association. Thank you for inviting. Has been in existence since 1991. Our mission is to support our local CASA programs
as they recruit, train, and maintain court-appointed volunteers for children who experience abuse and neglect and who end up in out-of-home care, enabling those children to eventually thrive in safe, permanent homes. CASA programs are currently operational in 23 out of the 31 judicial districts in the state. 37 counties in Kansas have no current active CASA program. CASA volunteers act as the information gatherers, facilitators, advocates, and monitors for the children we serve. More specifically, the volunteer visits with the child in various settings, educates the child on the court process, provides the judge with objective information and recommendations in the form of court reports, and follows up with the child's caseworker in the event the child is missing mental health services, medical services, or other needed care for the duration of the child's out-of-home placement. CASA volunteers are tireless advocates for the best interest of the children served. Although there is much interaction with the courts, CASA as a whole provides no legal advice or legal services to the children or to their families. The CASA volunteers' main function is advocating for what is in the child's best interest. In 2019, Kansas CASA volunteers provided services for more than 2,000 children in need of care. Of those children CASA served, less than 2% were reported to experience reoccurrence in abuse or neglect. This low rate can, in part, be attributed to the services provided by CASA, including but not limited to the individualized support the children receive from our volunteers. CASA saved the state of Kansas over $1.3 million in 2019, based upon the value of the CASA volunteers' time alone. In addition, the return investment of CASA services continues well beyond the child's time in foster care. Researchers suggest the overall quality of life of a person who experiences foster care is improved when they experience a positive relationship as a child. For many children, that positive relationship is with their CASA volunteer. A CASA volunteer serves a child for the duration of the child's case and is a consistent support in that child's life. KCA hears consistently from programs that the child welfare system and the court systems are overloaded, dealing with 7,300 plus children in a system that was designed to handle 5,000. We appreciate and hope to see more of the current work being done in prevention services and in the investment in supporting families in efforts to keep their children from entering foster care. Kansas CASA programs provide services for thousands of children in need of care. However, due to the limited availability of funds, CASA programs are not able to serve every child who is adjudicated a child in need of care. We are only able to provide services for approximately 28% of those children each year. There is a need for growth and development within our current CASA programs, as well as a need to develop programs in the 37 counties currently without certified CASA services. The report of the Child Welfare System Task Force to the 2019 Kansas Legislature recommends the legislature shall fund court-appointed special advocates to ensure the availability of CASA volunteers in all jurisdictions without disrupting the current funding CASA receives from the state of Kansas. We respectfully request that these recommendations are considered when the question of sustainably funding the Kansas CASA Association and Kansas CASA programs arises in the future. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you. I'm happy to take any questions the committee members may have at this time.
Okay, I think we will go ahead and do questions right now. If anyone has questions. Yes, Senator Costello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you for being here today. So if in fact the CASA person is a volunteer, so exactly the money that you're requesting would go to where? And yeah, that's my question.
Yes,
thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, that's a good question. So we do have paid positions throughout the CASA support system.
These would include Kansas CASA Association, which would be myself and our new hired state training coordinator, Denise Gray Stevens. In addition to that, we have multiple executive directors and their support staff. So that would be the 23 programs throughout the state of Kansas. And you can refer to those on the very back page in the map. So each of those red dots represents where those CASA programs are physically located with an executive director. Now, each of those have a variety of different sizes of staff. Our more rural locations have possibly one, maybe two staff. Now, the larger locations, such as Shawnee County and Douglas County and Wichita, Kansas City, those will have their executive director, their volunteer training staff, as well as each of those staff people that supervise volunteers. So each of them is allowed to supervise, I believe, 30 to 40 properties. Sorry, you were told how many? 30? I think it's 30. 30 is the limit. So each staff that supervises volunteers will supervise up to 30 volunteers. And then each volunteer is allowed to serve maximum 2 children, with special exceptions with multiple siblings.
In the rural areas, what's the barrier to having the program there? Is it workforce or is it money?
Yes, ma'am. It's a combination of things. So one thing we're doing this year is looking at the startup cost. We do a service analysis, and that gives us an idea of, do we have the judicial support first? Would there be a possibility of the financial support? National is offering at certain times of year money to help programs get started for the first 2 years, and then by the 3rd year they're expected to be independently financing themselves. So there's multiple challenges there, as well as some places are having a difficult time recruiting volunteers as well.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Representative Batson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for being here, and thanks for clarifying the map on the back. That was the first thing I looked for in the back, because if memory is serving me well, there's more color on this map than there was just a few years ago. Have you guys managed to do any expansion over the last, say, 4 years?
Yes, sir, I believe so. I would have to go back to the records, but I do believe that is correct.
Thank you for being here, and thanks for your work.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Allison Green with the National Association for Council for Children, and she is on Zoom. Welcome to committee, Allison.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Hang on.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Concanon and members of the committee. My name is Allison Green, and I'm the legal director at the National Association of Council for Children.
We can't hear you. You're not muted. We can hear it. It's just really soft.
Okay. How about this? Maybe if I come a bit closer.
We got it now. Thank you. Start over, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Concanon and members of the committee. My name is Allison Green, and I serve as the legal director at National Association of Council for Children. As you consider the needs and opportunities for improvement within Kansas's foster care system, I join you today to provide a national perspective about how other states and the federal government are grappling with similar challenges and effectively utilizing legal advocacy as a tool for change. Kansas is poised to harness many of these opportunities, which align with the state's commitment to improve support for families and prioritize the well-being of young people. If you remember nothing else from my testimony today, please remember this: high-quality legal representation makes a difference. It speeds families to permanency and saves the state money. The evidence-based impact of high-quality lawyering at all phases of these proceedings received little attention in prior years. But now, a growing body of empirical research
has pointed bipartisan policymakers in a common direction towards agency, court, legal service provider partnerships, a triad, that prevent child maltreatment, protect the rights of young people, parents, and kin, and build bridges between branches of government that were previously siloed. I'll begin with the U.S. Children's Bureau's leadership on this issue. For decades, child welfare agencies like Kansas's Department of Children and Families have routinely sought up to 50% federal reimbursement in eligible cases for what's called their administrative costs. Historically, this funding has supported the cost of doing business in child welfare, getting adequate office space, recruiting foster homes, completing data collection, and of course, paying staff salaries, including for attorneys representing the agency, DCF, in these hearings. However, the same reimbursement mechanism could not previously be used to support the cost of legal representation for children or for parents. Unsurprisingly, this uneven funding structure perpetuated a lopsided legal process. State and county child welfare agencies nationwide had consistent access to advocacy resources, while children and parents did not. So, important checks and balances on government intervention into family life simply did not function as intended, and in some places did not work at all. Although pockets of high-quality legal representation have thrived in certain places, overall, families walking into child welfare courts have not experienced reliable access to counsel. In January 2019, the Children's Bureau made a significant move to level the field by formally updating its own policy to clarify that child welfare agencies can claim the same open-ended reimbursement for legal representation for children in foster care, children who are candidates for foster care, as well as their parents. Title IV-E participating tribes are also eligible. The funding can be used expansively to support not only the attorney work, but also proven models that include costs for investigators, paralegals, peer partners, social workers, any way or model that the attorney thinks is best to design their office. From there, the momentum has continued to grow. In June of this year, the White House issued an executive order on strengthening the child welfare system for America's children that further elevated this integral strategy as part of critical foster care reform work. The president's order required the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to provide guidance and conduct data collection around this new funding opportunity to encourage high-quality legal representation for parents and children, including pre-petition representation. This guidance was issued shortly thereafter on July 20th, 2020. At first blush, investing government resources in advocacy may appear counterintuitive. Why would the state want to resource the other side of the case? Indeed, strange bedfellows can at times make excellent policy. High-quality attorneys elevate the voices, needs, and experiences of their clients. In doing so, they ensure judges have the most comprehensive and accurate information to make life-changing decisions. By identifying and raising barriers, they pressure test the agency assumptions about whether these programs are working. Are they realizing their full potential? And they show where policy change may be needed to comply with the law or to assure safety, well-being, and permanency. Agencies, of course, are already accustomed to providing services for parents and children, such as mental health treatment. In fact, child welfare laws uniquely shape these cases as one of few legal actions in which one side is actually formally obligated to assist the opposing side. This Title IV-E reimbursement opportunity to enhance legal representation is a natural extension of that promise. The policy surely aligns with just basic principles of due process and fairness. Who among us would ever want or choose to face the extremely complex labyrinth of child welfare court processes alone? These are situations in which the stakes could barely be higher. So it is only right to support families with legal professionals specialized within expertise to participate fully in the process. As the Children's Bureau has said, listening to families and youth and acting on the information they provide about what would be most helpful to keep them healthy and strong is a critical first step to correcting our course. However, this change is born out of more than an interest in affording due process. It rests upon a very strong evidence base as well. The change arrived on the heels of a compelling 2017 information memorandum summarizing a growing body of data that shows that when young people and parents have a high-quality lawyer by their side, everybody wins. Parents seeking to reunite with their children have a fair shot when they have high-quality lawyers to crystallize the issues and provide them legal advice so that they can understand the court's expectations and the timelines. Children who need permanency through other avenues like custody and adoption, they also win because high-quality attorneys ensure those outcomes at a markedly swifter pace, according to research. Social workers and agencies seeking to avoid child maltreatment and prevent unnecessary removals win too. And of course, all these successes generate significant accumulated financial savings for governments and their taxpayers. The research is clear. Investing in legal advocacy makes a positive difference for families and for overwhelmed systems. So with so much data in plain view, it was common sense for the federal government to uplift this strategy as an intervention worthy of investment. But it is up to states to take them up on the offer. Like many federal policy levers, the 4E reimbursement expansion is an opportunity. It is not a mandate. States have the flexibility to opt in and then develop local solutions based on what they know their constituents need. To date, when I submitted this testimony a couple of days ago, I knew of 11 states. Since I submitted it, South Carolina has become the 12th state that I've become aware of with a formal agreement. Several others are poised to join in the coming months, and we're excited to work with Kansas in efforts to join them. This historic opportunity, however, will not move the needle unless it is thoughtfully used to invest in high quality legal representation. I'm not here to overpromise you. A bar license in and of itself is not sufficient, so any lawyer won't do. Someone who sits idly by, or an attorney who is not resourced with the time or expertise to properly fulfill their role won't improve outcomes. This means that agencies like DCF must be quite intentional as they approach these partnerships. Here are a few strategies explored by other states. First, ensuring reasonable caseloads. This one is pretty common sense. Attorneys need time to do the activities that move cases forward. That means communicating with clients frequently, timely raising issues and resolving them outside of court before they snowball into bigger issues, and actually preparing for hearings by filing motions or reports to make efficient use of time before the judicial officer. They must, of course, be compensated for that out-of-court work as well. The QIC Child Rep Study, which was a 6-year randomized controlled trial funded by the federal government, recommended a caseload of 60. A second very popular strategy is building out what is called multidisciplinary models of representation. These have been shown to be particularly effective. They bolster a lawyer's work with the expertise of a social worker and typically an individual with lived experience in the system. Working together, Everyone focuses on what they're best suited for, and the lawyers can stay on track towards those long-term permanency goals that require legal solutions. A recent study showed that this model helped exit children from care 118 days faster while maintaining equal measures of safety over time. I want to reiterate that kids were going home faster, but rates of repeat maltreatment did not go up at all. Wyoming and Montana state agreements, for example, have expressly incorporated this strategy. A third technique is benchmarking expertise through training. Other jurisdictions are focusing these funds on legal providers who have committed to practicing with proficiency in dependency court. This is a very complex and niche area of law that involves the intersection of federal and state principles, case law, statute, regulation, social science in areas like trauma, substance abuse, domestic violence. The list goes on. Training is critical. It is also reimbursable at an even higher 75% rate. New Mexico is an example of another state that has used this opportunity to prescribe some benchmark training standards. And then finally, moving legal intervention upstream. If you talk to most folks who have worked in the child welfare system, they will tell you a common refrain is, I wish we could have helped this family sooner. I wish we could have gotten to them sooner. We could have prevented so much. Moving legal services upstream does just that. You can have more of an impact when the services are offered early and accessibly. Should CPS be involved if what is really needed is for an attorney to have a conversation with a landlord to prevent eviction? Can a removal be avoided if a child really just needs a custody order or a restraining order in place to ensure they remain with the safe parent? Or will successfully appealing a denial of public benefits ensure access to food stamps or other resources that promote overall housing stability and household stability? Unsurprisingly, the answers are yes, yes, and yes. In child welfare parlance, we often call this pre-petition work. In fact, that's the exact term the president used in his order. But essentially what we're talking about here is the tried and true bread and butter of civil legal aid that has been strengthening family for decades. The evidence here is similarly compelling when you look at the data. Simply put, it keeps families together. It can be especially helpful in addressing poverty-driven non-abuse neglect. Many of those types of cases are mentioned in the 2019 report of the Child Welfare System Task Force to the Kansas Legislature, particularly recommendations 5 and 13. So this is a strategy that may well meet those recommendations. You'll hear from a moment in Jeff Wright, who is launching a pre-petition advocacy program in Iowa using these Title IV funds after the proposal unanimously passed both houses of state government. His project builds on other successful pre-petition models like the Detroit Family Advocacy Center, which served 110 children who had been identified as experiencing maltreatment. They staffed the cases for legal solutions, custody changes, domestic violence, housing. The end result is that none of those 110 children entered state custody. This type of upstream intervention has been replicated in New Jersey, Oklahoma, Washington State. And although it is legally unrelated to the Family First Act, which is more focused on social service solutions, it aligns perfectly with the overarching philosophy of trying to keep families together whenever possible. The Family First Act does contain kinship navigator provisions, which once fully realized will bolster legal assistance for kin. DCF and Kansas Legal Services have demonstrated considerable foresight by establishing the innovative KinTech program, which Ms. Harp and Ms. Leonard will speak to in a minute. Child welfare cannot and should not be the responsibility of the Child Welfare Agency alone. Integrating legal advocacy into a state's overall approach to foster care prevention and systems improvement is no longer an if, it's a how. With the new federal funding readily accessible, a strong body of evidence to support the work, and many other states moving forward, the timing is ripe as ever. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Okay, committee, do you have questions? Senator Vasquez.
Wow, Allison Green, thank you so very much. So did you say that we could just submit application and participate, or would we have to introduce legislation to participate in what you're saying some other states are doing, or what you just described here in Kansas? So is it just an ask, or do we have to introduce legislation to benefit from the services you just shared?
Thank you for that question. The Title 40 agency, DCF, is authorized to reimburse themselves with through the federal government without seeking legislation, unless a state has a budget process that requires them to come to the legislature for pre-authorization. So the majority of states I'm working with, in fact, I think all but one, have done this without any legislation going through. They can simply update what's called their public cost allocation plan and start drawing down the funds today. This is not something coming in the future. It's eligible today. In some places, my understanding is the relationship between the executive and the legislative branch is such that interim budgetary authority is needed to do that drawdown. And not being an expert in Kansas law, I don't want to speak to what Kansas would need to do on that. Largely speaking, though, it would not be necessary.
And where do you live? Where do you live, Allison?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
You reside.
Where do I reside?
Mm-hmm.
I reside in New York State. My organization, NACC, is headquartered in Denver, Colorado. We're a national organization, and our employees work all over the country. We work with members in all states, and we work closely in about a dozen states right now on this issue.
So on your presentation that we have, is your email on there, or can you give it to us?
Yes, my email is allison.green, green, @naccchildlaw.org. It's also included in my testimony, which includes many of the research citations I referenced.
Thank you so very much, and I could hear the passion in your voice, so thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Secretary Howard, could you answer that question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the question had to do with whether we would need legislative authority in order to access the $40. No, we would not. We would do that through our public cost allocation plan, as was referenced.
Okay, thank you.
I guess maybe I should be clear. So to utilize the services of good quality legal representation and everything that she just described, I guess maybe I need to have clarification. Was part of it is what we need to do, and then was the other part the funding mechanism that she said that the president has already said we could utilize.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The clarification I was speaking to, and I think I referenced this earlier in my morning testimony, is that states now have the ability to draw down federal 4E administrative dollars for legal representation. And we are not a state that would need legislative authority to make those adjustments in our plan. I think the larger question is, what kind of model do we want to have in Kansas in terms of what this representation would look like? But there's not a barrier. We don't need legislative authority on the funding side. Thank you.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see Allison. She's still there. Hi, Allison. My question is, looking at the White House issued that executive order on strengthening the child welfare system for America's children. Is it America's children? What happens when undocumented children are involved?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question a little bit louder?
Looking at the executive order from the White House, the child welfare system for America's children, I'm wondering about undocumented children coming into the system. What kind of representation would they receive, if any?
That's a very good question. Federal law known as CAPTA, or the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, does not, it mandates that all children must have a representative, but it does not mandate that that representative is a licensed attorney. We strongly believe that it should be, and we support what Kansas has done, much like about 40 other states, to say it should be a licensed attorney who can advocate for the child. It's very important to have representation early in the case as you move towards what's called adjudication, to do investigation about the issues that brought the case in. But then once an adjudication may be made, for that attorney to stay on the case, to help navigate that young person through, provide legal advice, file motions, sometimes do discovery to understand what the government's theory of the case is, advance arguments. There's plenty of good child welfare laws on the books that are well intended to create bills of rights for young people in care, ensure school stability and sibling connections. But without a lawyer who can advise their client about those rights and then bring issues to the attention of the judge, they remain dormant. The executive order really highlighted the importance of legal advocacy as an overall strategy in foster care reform.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Allison. You said in a response to the senator that you were working closely with 12 states that are currently taking advantage of this or participating in this. Can you give us an example? I mean, other than a Zoom meeting, what else? You're testifying in committee and notifying us of the opportunities. How else you're working with the states?
So you're looking for an example of, if you could just say that one more time, please.
I don't know if I can repeat it like I did. Just give us an example of how you're helping the states figure this out, this new executive order, and take advantage of it.
So an example of how this might be used is to really equip parents' attorneys and children's attorneys in Kansas to provide higher quality legal representation and partner with the agency to ensure that programs are meeting their intended purpose and to raise issues where they are not. So this might include, for example, training attorneys in Kansas and many places. There are certainly attorneys for whom they know their child welfare law, what's called dependency law, but there's many places where attorneys are not adequately compensated or not adequately held to benchmarks to be trained, for, frankly, in the nuances of these cases. These are not easy cases. This is not kiddie law. There is a lot of complex jurisprudence, a lot of Supreme Court cases that go into just the fundamental understanding of how to apply the law to each set of facts. They also need to have the time and the resources to be in frequent communication with their clients. It's just not sufficient to talk to their clients in the hallway right before a court hearing and then go in with a quick update. It's not a good use of time for the client. It's a terrible use of court resources. And it's certainly not fair to anyone involved. Attorneys can work with multidisciplinary teams. I think that's a great strategy that's been used by Wyoming and Montana, as well as other places before this 4E opportunity to bolster what attorneys can do. I practiced in this area for quite a long time before coming to my current position. And I heard over and over again from attorneys who said, I'm so overwhelmed, there's so much to do. It feels like drinking water from a fire hose. When attorneys have a trained social worker, for example, to work in their office, that person can help meet the emergencies so that the attorneys can stay laser focused on the legal solutions to exit that child from care. For example, if a client is calling because their electricity is about to be shut off, a social worker can pick up the phone and start advocating for them, maybe with a local charity or church who can provide some emergency assistance, maybe with the agency, while the attorney can stay focused on the legal work that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeff Wright, State Public Defender from Iowa, who's joining us via Zoom. Welcome to committee, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Wright. I'm the State Public Defender in the state of Iowa. Prior to being the State Public Defender, I was the chair of the Iowa Board of Parole. And prior to that, I spent about a dozen years practicing in the area of indigent criminal defense and indigent juvenile law. So I have a lot of familiarity with exactly what it is that we're talking about here today, from both the administrative, the legislative, and the actual practice side. There's a growing body of evidence that suggests the trauma to young people caused by removing them from their homes may be more detrimental to them than the trauma they would have potentially suffered by remaining in the home where there is suspected or founded maltreatment. In an effort to mitigate this effect on children, the State Public Defender, in connection with the Department of Human Services and the judicial branch, is attempting to eliminate the causes or needs for removal of children from their home prior to the necessity of court involvement. The public defender system in the state of Iowa is a hybrid system. It is comprised of 18 individual field offices and 223 employees located throughout the state, and approximately 750 individual private attorneys who the state public defender contracts with to handle indigent defense and juvenile cases not able to be handled by the field offices due to conflict or caseload issues. In juvenile cases, the state public defender's office manages the appointments of attorneys for children as well as for both parents. Previously, the state public defender was only able to provide compensation to attorneys in cases where child in need of assistance petitions or other filings had actually been made in court. This legislation received the support of the Governor of Iowa, the Department of Human Services, the Iowa Bar Association, and many other groups. It passed unanimously through both the Iowa House and Senate and was deemed important enough to be passed during the very abbreviated 9-day session resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. The State Public Defender's Office is developing this pilot project with the goal of reducing the number of children in foster care. As stated above, currently the office is prevented from representing clients until a court case is filed. However, evidence from other projects throughout the country suggests that attorney representation prior to the necessity of filing a court action may assist families and prevent the need of removal from the home, opening of a court case, and placement in foster care or other location outside the home. This project will test several of these ways in both rural and urban settings and will allow stakeholders an opportunity to discover which program or programs will work best in Iowa. One of such programs is currently being used in Dubuque, Blackhawk, Lynn, and Jackson counties in conjunction with Iowa Legal Aid. However, Iowa Legal Aid does not have the ability to expand the program, and current funding sources are not adequate to sustain the project. Iowa Legal Aid is supportive of this legislation, which passed unanimously, and it's not in an effort to find a long-term solution. This program is not mandated by federal law, but is consistent with the goals of the federal Families First legislation, which is federal legislation governing how the federal government spends money and dispenses money to states on child welfare, to improve outcomes for children and prevent removal through evidence-based family preservation services. Similar projects have proceeded to the point benefits have been documented in terms of reducing court costs, achieving family reunification, reducing re-entry into the juvenile system, and bolstering safe caretakers. A significant portion of the savings are achieved with the assistance of legal counsel prior to and in an attempt to avoid the initiation of formal juvenile court proceedings. The Iowa plan begins by focusing on 6 counties. 3 of these counties will be from rural areas, and the other 3 will be from more urban settings. We will be using different models in each of the 6 counties with some overlap to determine what the best model for the state or for different areas of the state may be. Currently, the Black Hawk County model mentioned previously will likely be one of the models used in this project. Other models being considered at this time are the Detroit model, Oklahoma model, New York model, Seattle model, and others. The pilot project has been approved for 4 years. I have put together a work group of stakeholders in Iowa to assist in determining the best counties and models to those counties. Those stakeholders include a juvenile court judge from a rural county, a juvenile court judge from an urban county, a division administrator for Children and Family Services from the Department of Human Services, the director of the Black Hawk County Project, the executive director of Children's Justice for the Iowa Judicial Branch, and a member of the State Public Defender's administrative staff. The Office of the State Public Defender will be funding this project by using federal matching funds recently made available through Title IV-E of the Social Security Act administered by the Federal Children's Bureau to fund this need. The Title IV-E funds should be used to supplement existing funding and not to supplant current funding sources. Currently, the state of Iowa and the State Public Defender's Office has already received over $1.5 million from this federal funding. The expansion of this parental representation projects appears to be a perfect fit for the utilization of these expansion dollars. In order to secure these funds and successfully implement this pilot project, it was necessary for the Office of the Public Defender to secure appropriate code changes to allow pre-filing representation by the State Public Defender's Office or contract attorneys of parents and children if they qualify for the pilot project. It is the goal of this legislation to create a pilot project to expand the child welfare representation program to up to 6 additional counties to test different processes to determine which are the most effective and cost efficient for both rural and urban settings. It's interesting that the state of Kansas is almost the same size and population and has a similar rural and urban import to its diverse population. The ultimate goal is to find the best methods to achieve positive outcomes for families, reduce trauma to young children, minimize the necessity for foster care, reduce time spent in foster care for those situations where it is unavoidable, and deliver cost savings and other financial benefits to families and their communities. I would welcome any questions and thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you. Committee, do you have questions? I guess lunch made us quiet. Yeah, you covered this very, very clearly. I had several questions myself while you were going through your testimony, but they were all answered as you proceeded through your testimony. So I guess we have no questions. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
About what you're doing in Iowa. Okay, next up we have Carrie Leonard with Kansas Legal Services, and she's joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you for the work that you do and for this opportunity to speak about a subject that is so significant to our children and families here in Kansas. I joined you late today as I just concluded participation in a panel presentation for continuing legal education to almost 400 participants here in Kansas, which included child welfare attorneys, judges, CASAs, and other key stakeholders. And the hope is that through such trainings, we are contributing to improved high quality legal representation in child welfare. And I hope that today we can expand on that contribution. My name is Carrie Leonard, like I mentioned before. I'm the managing attorney of Kansas Legal Services here in Topeka. And I join you here today with our executive director, Marilyn Harp, and she was able to join you today in person. Kansas Legal Services is a private nonprofit civil legal aid providing legal services to low-income persons here in Kansas through our 11 field offices, and we serve all counties across the state. Our primary mission is to provide equal access to justice for persons who are not able to pay for legal services. I've been with Kansas Legal Services since 2007, and an important part of my work in serving our fellow Kansans over the years is in providing legal education and legal representation within the child welfare system. And as a guardian ad litem for children, representing parents as well as other interested parties such as grandparents and foster parents in the child welfare system. As you heard earlier from Allison Green with the National Association of Counsel for Children about the difference that high quality legal representation can make in the lives of children and families in the child welfare system, you were given a national perspective on how other states are taking on this very issue. You also just heard from Jeff Wright in Iowa and how they're implementing a new and innovative system to enhance the legal representation to children and families. So I'm here today to share with you a more localized perspective of our current system and challenge you to consider how we can take those successes highlighted by other states and nationally and apply them here in Kansas to further the hard work of many as we try to better those outcomes for our Kansas youth. Child welfare is a complicated, multi-layer system of our society. And what I will emphasize to you is that it's not glamorous work. It's not lucrative. And I think it oftentimes for attorneys, it doesn't bring a lot of high accolades or recognition within our legal community. But I'm confident in stating that our child welfare attorneys here in Kansas and across the state, whether it's in our urban settings, our rural settings, or our frontier settings, are doing the best work that they can, and they're very passionate about improving the lives of children and families. Kansas Legal Services, we are directly involved in representation of children and parents in child in need of care cases in 9 of our Kansas counties. KLS operates as one position on the panel of attorneys in child welfare cases that are created by our court in each county. The panel system is the most commonly used model across the state in most of our jurisdictions. And under our Kansas Code for Care of Children, which requires that a guardian ad litem or GAL, which is the attorney to represent a child's best interest in these actions, be appointed. Our code also requires that parents have the right to court-appointed counsel. And those rights, the court-appointed guardian ad litem and that parent's attorney, those rights are triggered upon the filing of an action. And so legal representation is not getting involved until there's a child needed care case action filed with the court. When taking just a quick snapshot look of Kansas children that are involved in the child welfare system, we've attached a chart that was pulled from the Kansas Judicial Branch website, which shows just one fiscal year, so July 2019 to June of 2019. I'm sorry. July 2018 to June 2019. And it shows that 7,230 new child in need of care cases were filed with the court. And that's just a huge number for our state. And that's just in one fiscal year. And we know that at least one case was filed in all but one of our 105 Kansas counties. So this is a statewide problem that we're facing for our families and children. We know that the number of children and families involved in the welfare system, specifically the large number of children that are placed in out-of-home foster care here in Kansas and statewide, is overwhelming. And one of the things to think about is that right now under our current system, there are, like I stated, the representation only begins upon the filing of the case when the county or district attorney files an action with the court. And that is typically brought to the attention of the prosecutor, either by DCF or law enforcement, following an investigation of child abuse and neglect. Presently in Kansas, there are no specialized rules or requirements as to attorneys who represent parents in child welfare cases outside of our normal Kansas rules that govern all attorneys. However, there are specific requirements for the attorney who has represented the child's best interests as the guardian ad litem, and that's governed not only by our normal rules that are governing attorneys, but also under a special rule through this Kansas Supreme Court Rule 110A. And this requires that there be a prerequisite of 6 hours of education that are specific to GAL work with a continuing annual education requirement. Among the duties that are set out under that rule for attorney GALs includes the duty to complete independent investigation, which should continue throughout the entirety of the case. The GAL has a duty to review all relevant records, maintain contact with not only the child, but with the parents, social workers, relatives, school personnel, caregivers, foster parents. The GAL also has a duty to make recommendations and monitor progress on all court orders and service plans. The GAL has a duty to zealously advocate as an attorney for the child's best interests, whether it's through motion practice or discovery. The advocacy not only happens though in the courtroom, but it oftentimes requires advocacy outside of the courtroom. And these cases can go on for years and can be very time consuming. The ethical duties of a GAL and parent's attorney in child native care cases is substantial. As we know, high quality legal representation is crucial to ensuring equal justice for the child, equal justice for parents in our family unit and our communities, and ensuring the integrity of our judicial system and its role. It's a very quick snapshot of what it looks like here in Kansas. And this brings me to the point where I'm going to hand it off to Marilyn Harp, Kansas Legal Services Executive Director, who can provide even more insight as to quality legal representation, legal services, and our KinTech program, and other model program opportunities. So thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Marilyn Hart.
Hi, thank you. Well, I'm Marilyn Harp. I'm the Executive Director of Kansas Legal Services. I have been the Executive Director since 2007, having spent my entire legal career there. So about 42 years with the agency at this point. Having thought about some of these opportunities, I wanted to take advantage of this time to bring some specific ideas about how the state could move forward with these ideas, as well as talk a bit about the KinTech program that we've been working with for 10 months now. So an exciting program for us. One of the issues that will be faced as the idea of how to deal with the representation goes forward is that right now, the attorneys for children, parents in that system are handled with county dollars, part of the county money that goes to the court, so then it's administered by the chief judge in each court system. Often as a way to contain their costs, they have a contract with a panel of attorneys who accept appointments. And those attorneys take all the cases that are filed in that county. They're maybe for the kids, maybe for a parent in a year's time. So figuring how to use that county money as match to federal dollars is one of the things that would need to be figured out here. But the counties are already paying through the court an amount of money that can be documented. And that could be used as a match in the SPORI program. It's also obviously with any federal money, we need to think about what kind of enhancements we might get from additional money. And so some of the thoughts that I might offer there are, Allison mentioned, for example, that 60 children are a caseload of 60, so that might be far more than 60 children, but a caseload of 60 has been determined nationally to be a reasonable number of cases. That doesn't mean 60 new cases every year, because the 30 cases you brought with you last year that are still active are going to play a role in this. But I will tell you that as a court divides out cases, how many cases you have open now is not a part of the process. It's a rotating list, and you just keep getting cases, creating a problem. But allowing, for example, counties to to access these funds at a point in time, or for those attorneys where the caseload of 60 had been exhausted, or another number, but 60 seems like a good national average, is one thing that could come out of this. Another idea might be, most of these contracts talk about some number of hours. It's usually anticipated in larger places that this work constitutes about 50% of your time. And so maybe at a point that cases have that and, you know, hit that benchmark could be another time. Another idea might be to ask counties who are interested to volunteer to set up a child advocacy system in that county, so that they're putting up their money as match and allowing for increased lawyer compensation as well as additional elements, and allowing counties to opt into that kind of pilot program. Some other ideas as well, those are the ones that are in my testimony. Of course, when you turn in your testimony on Friday and you keep thinking by the next Wednesday, you have some other ideas. So I just point these out as well. Allison mentioned that training is 75% reimbursable. At this point, it is the Office of Judicial Administration, so not the county courts, but the administrative part of the court system that handles the training for the guardian ad litems, like the session that Carrie was just participating in. And they are already expending some money for training, so perhaps there's some match opportunities there with what they're doing. The really high quality training for people in this area is it is a training, the Red Book Child Welfare Specialist training. It is great online right now training, or could be done for a group of Kansas lawyers. There is a certification program for lawyers in that area as well. However, a lawyer has to be spending a third or more of their time on that. So it would work very well in urban counties. It would not work well in rural counties because the lawyers just aren't spending enough of their time. They're not meeting that 1/3 rule generally. We also have some opportunities to expand legal services, not just in this particular adjudication child in need of care case, but beyond that, to children while they're in foster care. I've been talking to some DCF staff, for example, about, well, one of the interesting things to me is that federal law requires the Child Welfare Agency, and it's passed on to the agencies in Kansas, to do a credit report check on every child at age 16, 17, and 18 who's in the state custody. There's been, that came about as federal law because kids, those kids are vulnerable to hitting 18 and having a bad credit report. And you know, some of that has to do with parents using their kids' information. But truly, having access to a name, date of birth, and social security number is all it takes. And in other states where they've done some investigations, they've sadly found that it's also some, you know, the part-time residential treatment agency employee who had access to those records was in a pinch and found, oh, I can get my gas in this name this year. And so kids have had those kind of problems. Well, the agencies have to do that work, but there's nothing they can do. I mean, they have to, the requirement is that they do the credit report. There's nothing in place to help those kids solve that problem. Simply do the report. So this would be a mechanism for legal representation to help those kids solve that problem. There are also in many plans that courts put together for reunification, or this team put together to become a court order. Things like custody, dealing with housing. You got to move into a better house, but you can't do that because of some problems you've had in prior housing, or your credit's in bad shape and you can't get into better housing. Those are plans for which there are legal solutions and for which some funding for a broader range of legal representation could provide some solutions. So I'm excited that this conversation is coming up. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And I hope that you will support DCF's, the opportunity they have to move forward on this. Now I want to switch gears for a moment and talk about the KinTech program. It's a program we're really excited about, and is at this point one of the Family First programs because that idea was out there a little bit ahead of the 4E funding. But the KinTech program is one that we borrowed from a program that was going on in Florida, and is designed toward providing a pre-petition opportunity for a child not to have a case filed, but to and go into this system, but to have some solution before that. So, for example, I mean, what we know and has been said a couple times here is the long-term impact of a child going into the foster care system is unknowable. Often, and the stories we hear are lovely, lovely results, but not always. And so the potential to go to a family member, an aunt who couldn't or wouldn't take that child away from a niece, and the niece just isn't ready to let go until they're faced with the opportunity of foster care or the aunt, and then they're willing to consider the aunt. But we need something in place at that point to make it a permanent solution, not make it, or a long-term solution. So that's where this program comes in. We have literally a few days from the time DCF learns of this case until the county attorney files that petition in court to take action. It is sometimes 48 hours. It is sometimes a week, depending on how safe and what the circumstances are, where that kid's able to sleep at night. But once they enter DCF custody, our KinTech program ends. So our goal is to provide holistic legal services to prevent kids from entering foster care. To date, and then once that happens, we work with those families to make sure that they have things in place to be successful in taking care of those kids. So it might mean how they're going to access, it might mean a guardianship. It might mean how they're going to access insurance benefits or Social Security dependent benefits or disabled child benefits so that that family has money coming into the house. It might mean moving the child support payments from mom to the person who's taking them. So going through that court action so that money that's being paid by a parent not in the household is actually following those kids. So the array of what we do is as individual as the cases. As I said, we've been operating this program. We took our first case in December, so new-ish program. At this point, we're working on 71 referrals. We're now getting 12 to 15 new referrals a month, and we expect that. One of the things we all know is that with kids out, one of the triggers for things happening to kids is that a school teacher or a physician or somebody outside the family sees that kid and says there's a problem here. And right now that's not happening. So school referrals for investigations have not happened for the last 6 or 7 months. We expect now with some additional school involvement in kids' lives, referrals are gonna, notice to DCF are gonna pick up and referrals to us are gonna pick up. We have 117 kids we've worked with who would otherwise have gone to foster care. And we think over the course of 8 months, that's a pretty remarkably high number. The outcomes long-term are not known, again, 8 months, but we have the capacity to do more and we're happy to continue working with DCF to do that. I learned earlier today that you were interested in, who are these people that take in these kids? And so by far the largest number are grandparents. But we've also had aunts and uncles, a few adult siblings, sometimes other family, a cousin or someone is willing and able to take in the child, and one family friend who stepped forward to take in children as well. So we're excited about this program. As I said before, it is not at this point funded under this 4E program. Kansas has not expanded that program to legal. It's funded under the Family First program, like the other programs that you heard about earlier today. So we're all in the same evidence-based process there. As to how to evidence-base what we're doing. So we're working that through. Let me ask if there are questions.
I have a question. Is KenTech available statewide, or is it just in certain counties?
No, it is. We make it available statewide. We serve all 105 counties in the state, and we make this available 105 counties in the state. So we have 11 offices. I think Carrie mentioned, referenced our 11 offices. The brochure that was out on the table, this is our KenTech brochure, and has here the list of where all our offices are. And I am pretty good about knowing what county goes with what office, but you can see it. But we cover the state.
I live in a pretty rural area. I could test you maybe.
Okay, do.
No, I'm just kidding. Any other questions? Senator Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marilyn, good to see you. You feel like my sister. And so you mentioned first the 60 caseload. So do you mean 60 caseloads for one attorney or for all of the attorneys there in Sector County?
No, the idea would be that each attorney on the appointment panel for the court would have 60 cases. That would be the number of cases in that court system they were tracking. And at that point, I mean, at that point now, they just keep getting cases. But one of the things that could lead to a higher quality representation would be the opportunity to have the county continue funding that person, but bring on a new panel member, in some other way. One of the things that's hard about these cases is these kids deserve to have the longest, if they've built a relationship with an attorney, they deserve to have that. Shuffling cases around is not good for these kids. Once they develop that relationship, we have to see that lawyer work with that attorney throughout. So we can't start, it would not be good practice to start saying, oh, you're at 60, we're gonna hand some off to somebody else and you get some new ones. Gotta find a solution that would be there.
And I totally agree. That's even with those individuals with developmental mental issues, having the same provider shows a better success, and just everything overall, I think the consistency. So then you would be an advocate for the legislature increasing the pay we give public defenders overall. I know we've battled with that over the years of increasing their funding. Then the final question for you, Marilyn, Madam Chair, would be, so your Kansas KenTech program, how is it being publicized or marketed? Thank you.
Okay, well, so because what we want is referrals from DCF staff, we've had the opportunity over the last several months to present at every regional, in every region of the state. We were close to done with this. I think only one of those had to happen on Zoom. We were able to do almost all of those between November and February. So we have been face to face with the people who would be making referrals that way. So it's an ever growing, we got to keep doing it, but pretty much that's how we publicize it.
Senator Baumgartner. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. So help us understand, though, how the kin tech is different from kinship foster care. I understand that legal process, the court process, but you shared with us that the referral comes from DCF. So is this a completely different circumstance? Kids that are referred because DCF got involved in one particular narrow area of situations? How is this different from that kinship foster care?
So children in kinship foster care are in the foster care system. They're part of the 7,000 kids cases filed. It is just that their placement is with family rather than non-family. Our cases are all before there's ever a filing with the court. So let me give you a specific example. And this is one that a woman is very concerned about her sister's children. And she's spent a lot of time babysitting them and supporting them. And a few times when her sister just left town for months, she took them in. But every time when her sister shows back up, there is nothing she can do. Mom's back. We even called the cops, but the police said, that's the mom. You can't keep them. So, and they aren't in danger right now because they're in your home. So they're turned over. But finally, sister has enough. And you can imagine turning your sister in for child abuse must be one of the worst things you can do, and only done because you care about those children. At that point, DCF comes out and investigates and finds, yeah, there's a problem. But here we've got two choices. We've got Aunt, who's been caring for these kids off and on for the last 3 years, or we've got foster care. Also lovely people who will care for these kids, but they aren't relatives. Let's see if we can get everything worked out before the district attorney files a petition to get in and out parent to agree that sister is better than foster care. That this as a long-term relationship with the guardianship is better than going to court every month and having a social worker who's going to tell her what to do and a judge be in charge of when she gets to see her kids. And by the way, foster care might be in our county, but the best foster care home might be 3 hours away, which is going to impact how often you see your children at all. So with a guardianship, we can give the sister control over how often sister sees her kids, the circumstances of that, and the security of a court order that gives them the power to say, you out of here, you leave, don't come back, I get to keep these children. And so that's the difference. It gives people legal authority that they didn't have before we got involved, but does not increase the number of kids the state has in foster care.
Well, I guess though, when I follow your scenario, the real difference isn't whether Aunt keeps the kids, because Aunt could keep the kids through foster care. It is the willingness of the parent to say, it's the parent saying, I won't go through the legal process. Is that the difference? That's the only difference I can see.
Okay. Well,
am I missing it?
No, the goal of this whole program is to, foster care is an expensive option. So do we really want to spend the money for the same outcome is frankly, is the way I put that question back to you. What have we benefited by having courts and this array of lawyers and these agency folks involved in looking after these children when we can avoid that?
I follow, but our testimony yesterday was we're at about 35% of foster placements or kinship placements, and the emphasis is to increase more kinship. So
had this program had this program been in place for longer than 8 months, that 30% of kids might not be in foster care at all. We might have reduced the number of children in foster care by 30% instead of having 30% be in kin placements.
I follow, and I think what we're really saying is we want to reduce the number of foster kinships and shift it to kin tech, if I'm understanding your perspective, as well as the fiscal. And I guess that gets us to the one last question. So sister takes these children because it doesn't go through the foster system. She takes on all of the financial obligation, doesn't get any funding, that daily per diem, if you will. Is that correct? So it would depend on that kin having the financial means. And quite frankly, if that's the case, then I think we're still going to have disparity or inequity. When we talk about the presentation that started off today, the high level, disproportionate level of poor, oftentimes families coming from Black families. That was the presentation, wasn't it, this morning?
Okay.
The Black families, there's a disproportionate number of children coming from Black families that are in foster care. And so if there's not going to be any funding support, then they really are going to be pushed out of the opportunity for kin tech. Is that right?
We work hard to make that not be the option. And part of what we're doing is trying to figure out what support is out there. Can this family apply for, get the child support that was coming in? Can they get on TANF? Can they get food stamps? How do we hook them up with health insurance? Is it available from an employer because there's a guardianship, the employer will cover it, or do they need to go on Healthway? I mean, that's what our social worker in this program does, work with those families to provide all of that on the back end of the legal work.
I just think we need to make sure, it does sound good at first blush, but we need to make sure that those, regardless of what location in the state, but if they are low socioeconomic, they have to have just as much opportunity for this and staying out of the court system, because I still am really drawn by the story that was told us about the Mills family. I mean, here was a family that because of a misrepresentation by a child, they went through that cycle where both parents lost their job, everyone lost everything, the family was separated for 3 years. But we need to make sure that it is equally available for all families, if that's the direction.
So I just might bring up, because this would take legislative action, a program we used to have in the state, and we have it thanks to an idea pushed by Senator ks.gov, called Grandparents as Caregivers. It used to be a program run by, and it provided funding to families at a higher level of income than TANF currently does, where there were families taking care of children and could be resurrected now as one of your solutions for getting money into this program. Unfortunately, as programs got cut, it got cut 3 or 4 years ago. But that's a program that has existed that could meet the economic issue that you're speaking to.
But that wasn't foster care system. That was a foster care program, was it not?
It was to grandparents who were taking care of their grandchildren.
I thought that part of the concern a couple of years ago when I was on one of the interim committees was that certain grandparents weren't being allowed because they didn't have the same square footage as what was required for that, as we're fitting with the foster care situation.
That wasn't a program as it originally, I don't know what happened to the program over time. That was not the program as it was originally envisioned by the legislature when it was first passed.
It's how it evolved. Okay, thank you.
Senator Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say this real quick. So my sister died of Crohn's disease. Her husband worked for Southwestern Bell, driving home on his motorcycle, was killed. So they left 5 children. So my mother raised her 5 grandchildren. So that's part of the reason I ran for the legislature. So again, the Grandparents as Caregivers Act passed in 2007. There were certain monies allocated for it, for grandparents to raise their grandchildren. They got a grandparent raising the grandchildren, got $200 a month per child, a medical card, and food stamps. A foster parent, if they would have taken my 5 nieces and nephews, they would have gotten $600 per child, medical card, and food stamps. But fortunately, thank God, we were able to keep my nieces and nephews, and they are doing wonderful nowadays. Thank you. However, Madam Chair, Senator, however, the legislature, along the way, you get new legislators that come in and don't understand the original intent and don't favor certain legislation, and they amended the existing law that we all passed, and well, some of us did, passed and worked on. And the day that hearing was going on, I cried. I said, they are messing it up. And so it evolved and changed along the way and stopped doing what it was effectively doing. And so now here we are again. We're like trying to reinvent the wheel and do something that was already working. That's what we talk about, the unintended consequences of us. We will change something along the way, a bright new person. And people saying, oh, they're over there testifying on your grandparents ago. I just said, forget it. It was one of those days where whatever. So here we are. But that was working, and it was grandparents who loved their grandchild. They did a great job, but for some reason that their son or daughter went off into the la-la land. And so it wasn't that the apple fell bad. That apple rolled over there somewhere and got really bad, but the grandparent was still a great person. And it wasn't because the parents were on drugs or sex or anything. My sister and her husband died, and so they needed. And so, but my mother didn't get any of those benefits because it didn't exist at that time. And she passed away in 2001. I came in the legislature in 2003 and said, we need something for grandparents who love their children and want to take care of them. But, you know, financially, the help could have benefited her, but it didn't. But it did for many. In 2007 and on, until some brilliant new legislator changed it. And we have to go back to that. I still have the original legislation. Similar to what you're talking about now. Thank you.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Sedgwick. I'm glad to say I wasn't that brilliant legislature that changed it. But I think that you made my point with regard to Ken Tech. It sounds good, but there isn't any type of financial support. There's assistance to find the programs that are out there, but it doesn't come with that financial support. Thank you. Senator Berger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the scenario of the Mills family that we heard about earlier from Ms. Wallace, how could that have been different? You weren't here, but I guess I look at that particular issue that was out there. How could that have been resolved in a different manner rather than having those children taken away from those parents and cause a cascading series of events, ultimately leaving parents in the to me, hearing all these presentations, that is a real life example of people falling through the cracks. Opportunity lost.
So let me, without knowing the specifics, but I'm gonna attempt with an answer. When the police, for example, have decided that there's a problem, and they have the authority to take a child immediately out of the home and for 72 hours into protective custody, they then hopefully get DCF involved at some point early in that process. And what I would hope Kintech could provide, because it's not going to be a solution for everything, but if there was family who was willing at that point to come forward, and the parents could say, okay, nothing, we haven't been wronged, but our ability to prove that is not going to happen in these 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. So we're willing to let our kids go to another home that cares about them for a period of time, taking the pressure off of everybody to do something quickly under statutory limits, to then have a longer look at what did happen, what was going on. That's a way I think the Kintech program could be a helpful thing. People lose their jobs because courts need those parents in court so that the case can move forward. They need those parents doing treatment or whatever, mental health counseling or evaluations or whatever, and that's how parents lose their jobs. If we can take that court oversight, those requirements off a family for a while by putting the children with a relative by everyone's agreement and making it be secure for a guardianship. And the truth is, guardianships are not unending. They do, a parent can still come back to court and say, I had some problems then, but everybody agrees now, things are better, and a guardianship can be ended. It is not the 18-month, it's not the 3-year termination of parental rights kind of time frame at all. And frankly puts different people in the role of decision maker. So that's the best answer. I don't know if I've hit it because I don't know all about the case, but I'm happy to check and get back to you.
Senator Baskett.
So, Madam Chair, and I know time is going, and this is part of what I will have, after you sent out the emails and we were charged to serve on this committee, and you said, look things over and have, suggestions and recommendations. And so to answer your question, Senator, so this lady whose children are in foster care right now, these are the notes that I took from her over the telephone, and then she emailed them to me and mailed them to me. And then I met her somewhere and she gave me some more information. So if we keep saying, and that's what gets me, is that all these years we talk about Black and brown people, and it's only 2, 3, well, I don't know, I won't say numbers, but I know never mind, I won't say that part. But so my mother used to say, I dare you make decisions about me without me at the table. So I hear the stories about Black children and their situations. So this lady right here, she says, Senator, and I hope you're listening because this is the answer. And that could have been prevented like this. So if a Black person, because see, sometimes I talk loud and people get scared. They think I'm just passionate. I just have a loud radio voice. It's not that I'm angry, but a Caucasian person, they might think that I am. And so they don't believe you. So this lady says, she says, Senator, the caseworkers talk to me like I'm a child. They don't believe me. I asked them to come into my house and they are afraid. So I don't know if that's a new, young Caucasian social worker that's afraid of this big Black woman. So therefore, Senator, they take the children, they don't listen. They believe whatever is said because that's the nature of a school social worker or whomever. They're gonna believe the child until proven wrong. And we just need to have a process in the system where we investigate a little more. We've got 72 hours to do that. That's a fast time. And I keep asking the police. I just talked to my police chief in Wichita. I said, when they go out on a domestic violence, give them a card that tells them where their child is being taken if the kid goes to the children's home, because the police are just going to take them. They don't care. They just want to get it over with. They're going to take somebody. And if they take them to jail for domestic violence, they're going to take the children. And if they don't know where to take them, they're going to take them to the children's home. And in that 72 hours, the biological parents don't know anything. But if they're Black and you've got it's just they don't believe them and they're afraid of them and they think they're bad because they're talking really, really loud. And so, but by nature, everybody who's sitting in our audience, they are mandatory reporters. They have to believe that child first. We just need to get a little, I don't know if we need to change that 72 hours into a little bit longer so that we do a better investigation before we remove the children from the home. And then just treat everybody with respect. Just common courtesy would, I don't know, that since you asked, thank you. Or you didn't ask, instead I just shared. Thank you.
Yes. Can I just point to one other thing? One of the things in your materials were this chart, and I Carrie mentioned it, but I would really love you to look at your county, because every county but one has a case filed last year. We kind of laugh about. I laugh about Gove County because there's not a lot. There's more cows than people in Gove County, and it had 2 cases filed in a county that has limited other activity. So this is not a big city problem. It is not an urban problem, and it is certainly not a race-centric problem by any means.
Madam Chair, if I could say, the reason Marilyn, I think she's my sister, and this is why she's so passionate with me. So I met Marilyn through my mother serving on the Legal Aid Board, of which I serve on now. And my mother was 77 and she passed in 01, and we're still talking about the same thing. And we've just got to fix it. So, and my mother was Marilyn's mother.
Thank you for being with us today and for your testimony. Okay, that kind of wraps up our day, except for discussion of recommendations. And I don't want you to misunderstand that and Senator, this is kind of to address your comments about bringing recommendations. I don't really intend to fully open it up to everything at this point. I just want to have an opportunity at the end of each 2-day session to talk about some of the things that have been brought up so that we don't forget them by the time that we're wrapping up. And it doesn't mean, like, if we talk about technology, if you have a topic that you
want us to discuss, that doesn't mean that we can't talk about technology again. But if there's something that's fresh in your mind right now that that you'd like to bring up, Senator Burger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of my concerns after hearing the testimony this morning and was looking at how many services aren't available west of 81. We talked about a lot of services in the northeastern quadrant, south central Kansas. I don't see much being done for western Kansas. Certainly those issues are out there. We have children in need. And my huge concern is they're languishing out there. They're not receiving the appropriate services that others are. Even on this panel, we have one person. What's the need? Okay.
Yeah, and I don't mean.
And maybe there's no problem out west. Maybe we're just kind of a paradox.
Well, yeah, and I would challenge that even to say it's kind of made a joke of, but people say west of Wanamaker. There's a big gap here. Other rural areas too, but you're right, west of 81 is lack of services, so we can have that discussion. Senator Foskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing from our discussion yesterday that I would still implement, that I think in the courts, I'm still asking that DCF or however, or would it be the courts, that someone give the families after hearing a hard copy paper of a copy of what they might be required to do of the recommendations from the judge. So when they leave the courtroom, they have some idea of what they need to do, as opposed to the social worker contacting them a couple of days later. And it would ease, because legislators, we get the calls and the bio parents say, well, they told me to do this and I did that. And then I call and I talk to the social worker and they're like, no, they're supposed to do this. So just something where everyone is on the same page of what they're required to do to start reintegration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What else? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to, I know we're going to have a chance later, but it's very impressive to me how much we've heard over the last 2 days about prevention of children being in foster care. So many different services that we're trying to get on the front end of it. And I think it's wonderful. And especially, the kinship, really searching for that ahead of time. I agree with Senator Baumgartner. I don't know how the timing of all of that works out. I mean, there's so many layers of complication and how do we exactly do it. But I just didn't want to leave today without mentioning I'm very encouraged that we all seem to be on the same page. Prevention is really going to be a solution for us. And then the other thing I just want to mention is, at what point do we take the science of attachment to decide, to see, so we haven't prevented foster care. I mean, we haven't prevented a child from being adjudicated as a child in need of care, and they've gone into foster care, and they're not in a kinship because we weren't able to find one. And then to what lengths do we go to find it, and the timing and there's science behind that. And also noticing that there's kinship like, and I know that that's a word that y'all have used at some point, because the foster families are extended family and they have aunts and uncles, and the foster family has, grandparents and all that kind of thing too. So we haven't talked about that so much yet, but timing as far as when do we decide attachment? When do we take attachment into consideration in deciding permanence for children? So I would like to make sure that we
somehow that comes up. So if we are not successful in the prevention, as we talked about, which is so important with kinship too. Okay, thank you. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That might be a topic that we can look at even for future meeting for education. I wanted to bring up under technology from the testimony from the 2 pediatricians, the possibility of adding a health information specialist unit to DCF. Not that this committee is recommending that, but maybe that we recommend to the legislature to look into that. Maybe have hearings and children and seniors and health committee on this insight. Senator Baumgartner.
I think the health issues, and I understand their recommendation. What I am having difficulty with in creating a new position, or what they're recommending is an office, if you will. My concern is I have not received much validation that a foster child arrives to a foster home with any of their medical documents. So to have someone to create an office that's going to screen medical documents when they're not even going to foster parents, that's, I don't know what they would be doing. I see it, a more immediate need is to have physicians have access, because we know our children are moving from one foster home to another. I mean, through a class action lawsuit, we are going to have the next 5 years to try and ratchet down the number of times that they move per 1,000 days. So we know once they get in the system, they keep moving around. I think that we can explore that, but there would have to be a whole lot of data to come to us as a legislature saying, here's the information that goes to the foster parents, and they don't know what to make of it. I'm not seeing, we're not even getting kids enrolled in school, which would be a real easy thing from one school to another because those documents don't get there. We have to address that medical information. I don't know that creating an office would do it, but I guess that's part of what we will need to have, is that we need DCF to provide us some real data.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments. I don't disagree. Yeah. But I can't discount what they've asked for either. And I think that just the idea that we go back and visit it, and the fact is that they are living it and it's a problem, and other states have had success with it. That was kind of impactful to me as well. So as long as we just have the opportunity to revisit it. So. Representative, oh, he's got a sheet for me, and you're next. Representative Phil.
I want to comment on what she said first. Right now, one of the NCOs, Edna, they're one of them, right? They've already started a program. They're calling the foster parents and they're asking about the back medical information, where they've been attended, or can the foster parent give them some idea of their symptoms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was not, I don't think it's a requirement that the NCOs provide that. That would be nice if all of them did it, or we made it a priority to make them do it. But I think they have at least started. And so that will be the beginning of collecting data. One of the things I'm interested in is like that guardian ad litem. I mean, it seems like they have a lot of power and authority over our children. And it would be nice just to hear from one of them in one of our presentations. Is that possible?
We can put it down, yeah.
Okay, I mean, that would just be interesting to hear their perspective. And
I agree, yeah.
And then one of the things that we didn't touch on today that I was kind of curious, and I've heard it like in the juvenile justice system, how many of our children, they said a great proportion, I shouldn't say great, but like 30%, a lot of our foster care children end up in jail. We just really haven't had a lot on that. And I don't know if that's rumor or if it's reality. But if it is reality, I think that should be one of the things that we should really dive down and try to figure out what exactly what's going on here. And another thing I think is important too, from my perspective and the children that I've fostered, those children, again, I always say they always want to go in with their parents, but I think foster care long-term puts a really, a long-term, I'm talking about once they become parents and older, it's still there. And I don't think we take enough time to evaluate our impact once they leave the foster care system. We really don't know what happens to them, but I would sure love to follow through and see exactly how our children are ending up once they leave our system. So thank you for the time. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to start with the health specialist, I'd like to officially request more information on Missouri's statute or whatever created that office in Missouri, and just learn a little bit more about it, how long it's been established, what the FTE was. Also, I'd like to go ahead and officially request that. So thank you. And then yesterday and today, we've had a good conversation about preventative measures. I know yesterday you all saw the Child Welfare Task Force and all the subsequent working groups, and we had a lot of discussions through this whole thing. And a lot of them have been revisited in the last 2 days, from non-abuse neglect cases and what's defined there to what sort of preventative services we can have, what needs to happen policy-wise, what needs to happen legislatively. And I would point out to a couple that are legislatively in the Tier 1 recommendation 4 out of the final report, require access to high quality and consistent medical and behavioral health for Medicaid eligible high-risk youth through the Medicaid state plan or other appropriate sources of funding. I didn't say anything yesterday, but I've had a chance in the last 24 hours to talk with a couple other members of the task force. And I asked, was I mistaken that when we were discussing that, we were solely speaking about Medicaid expansion? I said, because I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. And we were trying to word it in a way as to put the political divisiveness aside and just say, look, this is what all these people, have come to the agreement that this would benefit our kids in foster care and be a preventative measure for sure. As well as it's on page 7 and 6, it's number 11, Tier 2, safety net early childhood programs. And in that, it's increased access to safety net programs such as SNAP and TANF. And here it does say consideration of the related mental health task force recommendations, which I didn't serve on that committee, but the mental health task force that was convening at the same time that our child welfare task force was convening ended up having a lot of duplicate recommendations, and Medicaid expansion popped up there as well. And increasing access to SNAP and TANF wouldn't cost the state a thing. We just have to extend our state time limitation upon it. We went from 60 months down to 24 months over a period of 24 over 2 years over a term in the House. And so, and none of those have been addressed. And those are things that the department can't do policy-wise. Those are things that the legislature needs to take action upon. Certainly in this time of pandemic, the Medicaid expansion would be good for the state. And I fear what's going to happen when mandated reporters do start putting eyes upon kids again. Because the constituents, I just helped a non-constituent today, get connected with Minister Nina Shaw Woody's outfit. She's been communicating back and forth with me. And the constituents that I've been communicating with, all of our times, this is 2020, damn weird. But I don't know. I think there are things that we can do, and I think there's been a lot of conversation. I hope that everybody on this committee listening to this can understand that the KU study that was out, as well as showing the correlation between some of the policies put in place by the Kansas legislature have had an impact on the uptick in kids entering foster care, and I sat on that session with you in 2016 when I was on the interim committee last cycle. So I'm happy to, the discussions are continuing, and I look forward to making some progress.
Others? Senator Berger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a concern. I'm not sure exactly how best to frame it, but typically we parent as we were parented. And that's where we gain our parenting skills, is from how we were raised. I provided parenting classes in Southwestern Kansas a long time ago. And the people who showed up for those classes were people who probably didn't need that skill set. How do we reach that young parent who doesn't have that parenting skill? It seems like we don't reach them until there's been a catastrophic event or something. But how do we do preventive type of training, and how effective is that? Maybe we can impact it. But to me, it seems as though there's a lot of need for that out there. I just don't know how to deliver it, how to make it happen without having a crisis in the training.
Well, I think there's a couple of groups addressing that in the with the Families First grant money. And interestingly, when there was a group of us that went to North Carolina and visited some early childhood development, and they had a child care center that what they were. And this is kind of to address how could we do that? They were bringing the parents in with the child and having sessions, teaching the parent how to play. The parent didn't know how to play with the child. That something as simple as that. But gosh, I don't have the page in front of me, but I know that there's a group, when we did the mental health tour, there's a group in Hutchinson that is doing something similar to that. Is there anybody in the audience that knows more specifically? Well, I can share the names of that, but that's something we can address that in a discussion point too. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Parents as Teachers program is huge. For what you were talking about, having parents come in and meet with parents. I keep thinking about, not only did we learn how to parent from our own parents, but our parents learned from their parents. And if you were around, like I was around my grandparents, I remember my grandparents corrected my mother as she was correcting me. And so, but we don't often have those connections anymore in our families because they're so broken apart sometimes. So I agree with you, and the Parents as Teachers program is fantastic because they can help people learn how to play with their children, age appropriately, and just in finding all kinds of creative ways of playing with their kids, and at the same time help the child's brain develop the way it really should be. And I just wanted to add that, but I'm also concerned about the juvenile justice that I've heard children being kept, sent to jail. I've worked in the mental health system for so long that I remember seeing officers take 10-year-olds into custody and they have to handcuff them. It's just ridiculous that even has to happen. I'd like to revisit the whole issue. Well, I'd like to have more information about that, about the use of the use of jails for that, when we can have other kinds of placement. And what's the role of juvenile justice with, with the department and with foster care? I'd like to have a little bit more information about that if we could get that. I agree with Senator Fausto about the 72-hour. I know it's 72 hours, but is it up to 72 hours or 72 hours is the max? Is it that law enforcement might be quicker to take kids into custody in 48 hours if they are from a minority group. I've seen that way too many times. So I think that's something we should have a larger discussion about the 72-hour. And also, I would love to see what is a typical day for a caseworker under DCF? What are all the things that they have to go through? And we already heard how many steps they have to go through just with technology, but is all the medical records, do they have to gather that? Do they have to gather birth certificates, social security cards, dental records, everything, school records? If they have to do all that, I don't know how you do it. And then you have a caseload. I can't figure out how to do that. I've always been confused about that. So it would be great if we could learn more about what it takes to be a caseworker and all the steps that are involved.
Yeah, and thank you. That your last comment there, I have visited several times about that exactly, and in two different forms: a day in the life of a caseworker, or following a case all the way through. I think those would be good scenarios for us to look at here in the future. Representative Resnick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address the 72 hours. And the reason for it to write 72 hours, because that's the first time they're going to have a hearing, and it's usually for temporary custody. So an officer takes somebody and takes a child into custody. I can tell you from past experience, it comes down sometimes down to minutes to get the paperwork to the DA, because then they have to file the paperwork. So 72 hours may seem like a long time, but it really isn't. But the whole idea is to have that first initial hearing. If they're going to have what they're going to do with the child after 72 hours. Just, I don't know. We've never missed that deadline, but if you do, I don't know if the child has to be released or what happens. But the whole idea is to have that first initial hearing within 72 hours.
Okay, thank you. Representative Baslin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was brought up in our discussions last interim as well. And the 72 hours is so that if they are taken into custody Friday and no hearing is available until Monday, then they have that window. And the legal ease speakers on the committee, I just real quick counted, there's 4 of them on the committee, and then I think each subgroup either had an attorney or a judge as an appointee to the working groups. And what I gathered during our conversations of addressing the 72 hours was that's just in the books as part of the due process, like across our legal books everywhere. And we have a lot of pushback on that when we started talking about it. So if we do bring up that discussion, I'd like to have the attorneys present.
Well, hello, Governor. The governor has sent me a message. The program in Wichita is the Opportunity Project, TOPS, Comprehensive Early Childhood Education Program, birth to 5, that involves parents. Thank you. Thanks for that information. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see a couple of things that we touched on yesterday that we need to get more information on. There was some discussion yesterday about the family visits, and that it's policy that the child in foster care will have a weekly visit with family. And yet we were not really given we addressed the issue that it's not really happening now because of COVID. But I wasn't getting a sense that that was happening for foster kids, at least in my area, on a weekly basis prior to COVID. So if we could get from the different groups, and in some of this, we have DCF, but we have these other, they contract out with TFI, KBC, St. Francis, and so what we're not hearing is, and this kind of gets back to the day in the life of
because I get a sense the day in the life of is different for someone that is a caseworker for St. Francis versus one of the much smaller agencies or groups. One of the presentations said we have 900 homes. Another presentation said we have 90 foster homes. So I think the day in the life is very different depending on. But I think we do need to get some type of a report about just those family visits, what is and isn't occurring. And that is within the different service groups. Also, we need that information. KBC, TFI says it's not happening. We put in a child in whatever home is available that's the closest to where they live. And yet I know I'm hearing not just from foster parents, but I'm hearing from one of my judges, that's not really how it's working. So I think we need to know what really is going on. How far are kids being moved from their original home to the foster home? And just that general data that we requested with regard to children that are missing, as well as children, yesterday I heard for the first time, that we have moved the second half of fiscal year 2020, the agency achieved a decrease in the number of children who have no overnight placement to an average of 6 per month, down from 16 per month. I have never heard 16 per month, ever. What I have heard in testimony in interim committees as well as in regular committees, that it's a very rare occurrence. So if we could please for, I don't know, let's just say the last 4 years, we have 12 months per year. I really would like to know how many kids per groups, St. Francis, KBC, and the other groups that have now joined in, that they have kids that are not being placed and are staying in either a hotel or an office, or I think the reference was made in the class action lawsuit, a car, a vehicle, or in an employee's home. So if we could just be able to see what has happened in the last 4 years with regard to kids spending the night other than in an actual placement, because quite frankly, I don't think we've ever gotten an honest answer about that. And since we are working toward fulfilling the settlement for a class action lawsuit, it would be helpful for us to have some factual data about that as an example, as well as how many kids in each of those different groups are missing, how many St. Francis kids are missing, what are their ages, how long have they been missing? Same thing for the other 3 groups. If we could just get that information so that we just have a feel of what's happening with our foster kids. Because, the interesting thing, I've only been a senator for 6 years, but the average number of kids in foster care has really not moved. We are always talking about roughly 7,000 kids. And the issue of overnight stay, not in a home, has repeatedly been brought up. The moving from one place to another. It is a child not in foster care, if they were to be moved every 4 months to a different home, it would be traumatic for them. It would be traumatic for them. And so for us to move forward and to bring about some change, we need some factual information. And I appreciate the attorney that brought up the notion that it is more than just
the social welfare agency. And for us, it's more than just DCF. It is more than DCF. It's law enforcement. It is our schools. You know, we changed the funding formula so that it would be easier for schools to participate in parents as teachers. So it would be cost less for schools to participate in parents as teachers. And I think that's part of why we're seeing some growth in that. Obviously, I brought up yesterday, we need our grocery stores. We need the chains in our state to be providing better access for that matching of the TANF funds. So for us to be able to do that, I know we just need to have that factual information so that we can move forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, and just to add on to it, it also includes mental health and it includes juvenile justice.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just Representative Finn, were you following up on that?
Yes, I was just going to say too, one of the things that we haven't talked about today is, and I wish I would have thought about asking that, but sometimes you have children that disrupt on themselves because they don't want to be there. And sometimes in their minds, they disrupt because they think if they can do it enough, it'll get them back home. And that's one thing that we haven't heard anybody talk about. But some of those children, maybe some of those children that have been disrupting themselves.
I think that will probably be addressed in one of our future sessions. We're going to have a focus on mental health. Senator Baskin.
Madam Chair, thank you. So, I don't know if you all received this letter from KBC. And I received other emails and other letters, and most of them talked about prevention. And so I don't know if there's still anybody in the audience that gave those presentations, but I don't know if this is a recommendation for us or just for DCF Secretary Howard to hear. Perhaps that prevention piece could be and we have to realize that we're talking about a lot of young mothers, young parents, a lot of them. And so when they first go to, because DCF, I think we've all got it in our minds now that it's just foster care, but it provides so many other pieces to it. So when that person first comes to apply for benefits, perhaps, and I don't know, maybe you're already doing it, but do that intake then to see what services do you need up front to address it in that area. That would be great. And then I also, Madam Chair, support the piece on it, looking at the 72 hours, because perhaps we've got, the numbers, we just have so many children in foster care. And I believe it's because we're just removing children too fast, maybe. And to get that information of what are the reasons that they're being removed, should we, and I heard we talked about it today that maybe we could have done some other things prior to that, but prevention is what I'm hearing. And I don't know if you have in your notes of exactly what prevention measures, or if somebody could say the main piece they thought we could realistically do for prevention up front. I mean, so KBC has here, expand foster care prevention work, increase support for child welfare professionals. So is there one particular thing that you would say that we can make a recommendation on?
For prevention? Well, I think that kind of goes back to yesterday when we had the contractors here who have received the grants for the Family First Prevention.
Okay, that's it. And I was looking into your eyes and I lost my train of thought, Madam Chair.
I know, people get lost in my eyes all the time.
I need to say this. This is what I need to say. This is what I thought about driving up here, is that over the years, we've heard from the professionals and what services they provide, but we have never really heard. So along with Representative Humphreys, I also want to hear the day in the life of a person who, the parent who got into the system, the child was removed, what steps they went through, their life too, to kind of see, from their perspective as well. So we all get a better understanding from both sides to really address the issue. Thank you.
Great idea, thanks. Okay, I don't see anybody else waving me down, so we're gonna wrap it up then. We'll see you in a month. Thanks, guys. We're adjourned.
So how many days is the next subject going to be?
I wanted to mention this, when we created that task force.
Oh,
Senator
was that too long?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I have a bunch. It just caught my eye. I am going to make sure that we have. Representative Hildebrand was on Zoom both days, so I have to use this.